Awkward. It kicks me out. There I was, mid-flow, talking to you nice people. I'll give it a minute or so and see whether people find me. It wouldn't let me reconnect on the other stream. It said I was offline even though I had an internet connection. YouTube just fucked up and threw me off. I just came live. I haven't entered any of the details. I haven't typed anything in. Farmer, can you find the other stream and give them a link to this? I was just kicked out and YouTube wouldn't reconnect. You were away from keyboard. If you can take this link and find the other stream and give them a link, I'd appreciate it. What happened? I don't know what happened. YouTube disconnected. It told me I was offline, even though I could post and do things on other apps. I had a working internet connection. I even typed, am I online? And went to a web page that said, yes, you're online. YouTube just would not reconnect on that stream. So I've just had to push the buttons and just come online here. I don't know about notifications, and if someone could go along and just post the link in the stream, or you might need to be a mod. Let me make you a mod, Farmer. Maybe. That's okay. Are you okay with being a mod? I'm not giving you a job that you have to, but it'll mean that you can post. It should mean that you can post links without it being an issue. You're a mod. Oh. Itchy. If you can go to the other stream, if you can still find it, if it's still there, and post a link to this. Oh, jeez. Oh, guys, the travails of being a tramp in a field. Hello, baby girl. You don't have these worries, do you? You got your dad to look after you. Yeah. I almost doxed myself there by saying daddy first name. I try not to dox myself too much online. Although those of you that know me and know my first name. You're just not allowed to post it in comments or chat. It gets you deleted and sent to the phantom zone. Well, the message just disappears, I think. Beer number 3. I don't remember how long we're in. Hold on. We are 22:46. That's 10:46. What time did I start? I don't know when I started. I haven't got a clue. I got no idea how long I've been online or not. Especially now that I've been forced to start a new stream. Come and say hello, folks, if you're there. It's in our history, but might not be able to post as the life has ended. Yeah, it's awkward. It literally just kicked me out. You spun out and kept saying purportedly, allegedly. These are the kind of weasel words that sometimes you have to use. What happened? I don't really know. It kicked me out. It said reconnecting. It said you're live again. And I went, oh, okay. I thought I'd been disconnected for like fractions of a second. And I carried on talking. And within about 3 seconds, it popped up again saying end stream or reconnect. And I'm clicking reconnect. And it did nothing. So I went away. I thought, oh, maybe I haven't got an internet connection. Why is it not reconnecting? But I had a perfectly fine internet connection. It was just a YouTube glitch. And now I'm live with no proper thumbnail, no proper description, none of the None of the niceties that would bring more people in. So that's a little bit awkward. That's a little bit awkward. But there we go, folks. There we go. 5 hours away from keyboard at the time. He thinks I got the notification. There's no more live, Mike. You have your live now, and 3 hour one is below this. Okay, they've drawn a line under it, and there's no going back in and telling people. So people will either get a notification or not. You see, we were on almost 20. We had almost 20 people in the house. Now we're down to 5 because I've got to rebuild. It's the 13th today. YouTube was doing some refurbishment, I gather. At least it's not a Friday, eh? 13th. But yeah, for me, the 14th of August is a big deal. Going back to the initial topic. I don't understand my friend. I could never do that to somebody. Hey, you're about to be homeless. You've got 2 weeks. Okay, 2 weeks is up now. Fuck off and be homeless. Go on, go out the stairs, go out the door, off you go. Homeless. I could not do that to another person, to someone that I know. I don't know that. I guess everyone has their limits, and somehow I'd hit the limits. I think what happened was other people were bitching in her ear. He's lying, there is no other bank account, he's lying, it's all lies. Everything he's ever told you is lies. I think it's that. I think other people were bitching away at her. Eating away at her, and that brought us to the point of no return, the go now. Here's 2 liters of water. Be off with you. No, I didn't have a penny in my pocket. I did not have I had no money. 2 liters of water, some dog food. I guess the expectation was, he's lying, he's probably got somewhere else to go, really. He'll go to that other friend or someone, he'll find someone else to lie to or to con or to... 3 years later, still living in a field. No other friend to go to. Friends turning their backs, calling you a liar, saying that everything you ever told them was a falsehood. It was all lies. There is no other bank. There is no money. Oh, what was the other one? My brother was telling my wife, or ex-wife, or however you want to look at it, he was telling her that I was set up over here and that I had a business and an income and I'm living the life of Larry? Is that a phrase? Life of pleasure. That I'm good and that I was lying to the wife, and I don't know where this shit comes from. I had someone else telling my ex-wife, that I was at death's door. I'd lost so much weight, I was not the man I used to be, and I was... someone else was telling her that I was living in a hostel, and I had all the accoutrements, I had all the benefits, all the electrics, I had all the things. Christian came along one time saying, so you're living in this hostel and you've got electric and you got a kettle and a TV in your room? And I'm like, what fucking room? What kettle? What TV? This is before, I mean, now I do actually have a TV in here, which is kind of a joke, but never use it. But I do have a TV. But this rumour went around that I was in a hostel and that I had electric, I had a kettle, I had all the tea making equipment you could ever need in my room, in the hostel. I'm in a fucking field. What are you all talking about? The rumours that went around and how immediate the rumours went around and how quick everybody, my friend network or support network, I guess you would have called them, all the people that I knew and thought were friends, and if they were in trouble, they could have had my spare room in the house that I was in. All these people that turned their back on me so quickly, declared me a liar and a con man, turned their back on me. I don't know, folks. I haven't got the words. I haven't got the... I have a bitterness to some of them. I have an empathy and a sympathy to some of them because they don't know. I mean, they've heard rumours from other people and believed, but then they've been part of the network of spreading the rumours. So I don't know how I feel about them. But it's a thing. It's a thing. I haven't met any of them. One or two I've bumped into once or twice after. But most of them I haven't, and I don't know how I feel. I've mentioned once or twice in the past that I am a great exponent of the use of violence. It has a place. I can hit people and hit people really well. And I have an anger, I haven't got the vocabulary again. There are lots of people who, if something had happened to them, I would have done anything for them. And they did nothing for me. So dwelling up, there's an anger, but it's tempered by me. I'm not a hitty person. I'm very good. I'm very good at hitting people. But I have to be driven to it. I don't just go around dishing out violence. That's not normal. That's not. It's an ability I have, but it's not something that comes to the fore unless it's needed. But I have an anger about these people and about my situation. It's like a seesaw. You don't call it that in America. Teeter-totter or something, I don't know. It's on the one side there's an anger, on the other side there's rationalizing other people's behavior. But they did me wrong. And so there's an anger. But I'm a nice guy, so it gets tempered. I don't know. It's probably best that I don't meet most of them. Because it might be 50-50 which way I go. I don't know. I want to be the nice guy. For 3 years living in a field with rats and mice and thunder and lightning and So tomorrow, folks, tomorrow marks 3 years. And you can see I'm in a contemplative mood. I'm contemplating, I'm thinking, I'm mulling things over. I'm trying to decide how I think about and how I feel about certain aspects of it. I'm sorry that you got ditched out of the other stream before. If you could hit thumbs up, that would help send the signal, and maybe we can get some of the other people back as well. But yeah, I'm in that contemplative mood. I'm a bit sorrowful, a bit... Unlike Professor Tim that I was talking about earlier, he has the wider vocabulary than me. He would have probably expressed this feeling far better than I'm able to. Professor Tim Wilson, everybody. Go find him on YouTube, go follow him. Go tell him you disagree with him and that you're more on my side than his. But I'm alright disagreeing with people. I'm not... It's okay to disagree. As long as you haven't done me bad, as long as you haven't done me harm. And my feeling is that some of my former friends that turned their back on me, I do feel they did me dirty, they've done me harm. A bedroom, a balcony, a corner of a living room, a sofa. You left me to be homeless, guys. You left me to be homeless. How do you do that to somebody that you're not... What? I couldn't do that. You'd have to really do me dirty for me to say, fuck off and be homeless, I don't care anymore. I don't understand people. These were my friends. Acquaintances, friends, I don't know, where do you draw the line? I guess I class them as friends and they class me as an acquaintance. I guess that's the dividing line, yeah? You wouldn't see a friend be homeless. You'd give them you'd give them the sofa, you'd give them a corner of your living room, even a balcony. I'm pondering things I shouldn't be pondering, folks. I'm going down into despair where I don't want to be. I wanted this to be more uplifting. All the shit I've gone through, I have survived. Me and my doggy, I've kept my doggy alive. Me and my doggy have survived, despite 3 years of being homeless. 3 years of living in the field. Whether it's that field or this field. Tina, it's okay. Tina's okay. You can go and eat them later. I survived. I guess that's the overarching story of this. Overarching. Which pronunciation would you go with? Not sure. If I had another device, maybe I could get the tablet and look up whether it should be overarching or overarching. I would lean towards arcing. Same spelling, just different pronunciation. I survived, folks, I survived. I came here with almost nothing. Into this field in particular. That's a couple of months away. October the 10th. Will be my anniversary of arriving in this field, and we'll do something to mark that as well. But that's 9 weeks or 9 or 10 weeks away, something like that. We'll do something to mark that. But right now I'm marking just homelessness itself. Walking down the steps from a former friend's house with nothing, almost nothing. Certainly no money. No food. 3 days later, 4 days later, A friend of the friend that I'd been staying with saw me in the park and asked how I was and whether I had food, whether I had water, whether I had money. And I said, no. Water. I'd got water from a broken sprinkler at night. The sprinklers came on in the night. Had to move my bed around to avoid sprinklers in the park. But I also used the sprinklers to get water. There was a broken sprinkler that just bubbled up. I filled the dog bowl, poured it into pop bottles. I had water. Didn't have food, didn't have money, and we're 4 days in, I've eaten nothing for 4 days. And the lady, God bless her, offered me, or gave me, I think she gave me 15 euros. She just, whatever was in her pocket, she put her hand in and pulled out 15 euros. And then she explained to another lady, she explained what was happening. And the other lady had a 20 euro note in her pocket, which she gave me. And they told me to go and get breakfast. There was no way I was going to go and spend 10 euros on one meal to get breakfast, like in a bar or whatever. I went to the shop, I got bread, pate, not chorizo, I got the other one, mortadella. I was on mortadella and mayonnaise. Butter and margarine would be no good. They would go bad that day. But mayonnaise was spreadable. So mayonnaise, mortadella, a jar of pate and a jar of chocolate spread. And this loaf of bread. I think I might also bought a bottle of if I say lemonade, you'll think something posh. Gaseosa, it's like 30 cents for a litre and a half. I think I might have treated myself to a gaseosa. And that was it. That was me. That was a week shopping, and I still had money in my pocket, so I could go back and get some more a week later and a week later and a week later. Yeah, bless. I know her name, and it's not going to come to me. I probably shouldn't dox her here anyway, but it's the same name as the lady over the road when I was a kid, which is a coincidence and a half. Cunningham, first name. I'm not going to say it. I probably can't even remember it, but I'm not going to. I should go back and give her money back. Maybe. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? That would be a thing. I'd need someone to look after Tina for an hour or two. But if I could go back and pay her back. I'd also like, I told the tale the other day about the people at the top of the road here that bought me a tarpaulin on the same day a previous tarpaulin split and went to hell. The tarpaulin, if you watch my first video, which I'm going to release, I'm going to add annotations and notes around it. That should get released tomorrow. If you watch that, that's a reset, that's a redo of my first ever video. If you see the structure I was living under when I did my first video 2.5 years ago, if you watch that tarpaulin that was falling apart was bought by these people when a previous tarpaulin fell apart. I don't understand why they stopped talking to me. I think we had a misunderstanding. When I told them I had thousands of pounds in the bank, but the bank wouldn't let me have my money, I think they suddenly thought, why are we buying stuff for him? Why are we paying for stuff for this guy? Why are we supporting a guy who's got thousands in the bank? Well, because when you've got thousands in the bank, but your bank won't let you have it, that's tantamount to not having money, isn't it? Having money that you can't get hold of is the same as not having money. But anyway, they did me this huge favour this time of buying a new tarpaulin. And I would love to go back to them and just say, I'm sorry for whatever reason you stopped supporting me, stopped helping me, stopped talking to me. I'm sorry, whatever that was, however that happened, but here's your money back. That'd be I'd like to do that. I'd like to do that for them. I'd like to do it for the two ladies in the park. Now, can I do that for everybody that's ever helped me anytime, anywhere? No, I don't have that much. I need help. I still need help. But people who helped me and then fell out with me or lost touch with me, it'd certainly be nice to pay them back. Maybe? What do you think? Talk to me in chat. Would you pay them back, or would you take any money that you got now and just roll with it because you need money? I don't know, folks. Talk to a tramp. New ID rules in some locations, said Thomas a while back. Who is this Mike? Who is what? Oh, Farmer was stepping off for a bit. Okay. Why not get a passport and go back to England? Wow, I never thought of that. What a good idea. Damn. Oh, stupid me. Because I get arrested at the airport. Because passports cost money. Because I don't have an address to have a passport delivered. Shall we keep going? Do you think I'm a fucking idiot and I haven't thought, why not just get a passport? How long have I been in the country? What happens when I try and leave and I've got a €100 flight booked or a €39 flight booked? A lot more actually, because dog and whatever else, but let's just roll with your simple fucking simplistic equation. I go to the airport and I've been here 9 years, not 3 months. I instantly get dragged off into a dark room and miss the flight and have to buy another flight. How much is a flight at the airport? Why not just do this, or why not just do that? I'm biting my tongue. I am so struggling not to launch into one right now. TrampCast 001 for the full fucking story. Why not just? TrampCast 001. Okay, folks. Let's have a look at my doggie. She's moved away from me a little bit. I don't know why. Maybe we'll be able to see why. Maybe there'll be a reason. Here we go. Put the light on. There she is. Oh, she went for water. She's just emptied her bowl. She just finished her water. Hey, Tina. Did you have some water? Was it nice? Talk to the peoples. The peoples want to talk to Tina. Tina girl. €500, folks, to get a dog out of the country. Why don't you just? Cost of passport. Delivery. The delivery of passport. Dog. Costs. The fact that whatever plane I book, I won't actually get on because I'll be dragged off into a side room and questioned for 12 hours about why I've been in Schengen so long and how I'm going to have to pay a fine or be barred from Schengen for however many years, and then book a new flight, from in the airport at whatever expense. Do you know a flight bought in an airport is like 5 to 10 times more expensive than just buying a flight? Why don't you just? Do you remember Why Don't You, the TV program? Why don't you just switch off the television set and go and do something less boring instead? Why don't you? Oh dear, it's all about to blow. I'm not going to blow, I'm going to stay calm. I acknowledge sometimes, you know, sometimes people ask a question and they've got the best intentions in the world. It's just that I'm not daft. I'll go even further than I'm not daft. I'm probably the most intelligent person you've ever fucking met. You've not met me, but here I am. I'm not just not daft, I'm intelligent. I'm more intelligent than most people, most places, most times. It's rare that I'm in a room and that other people are more intelligent. And I know there's an arrogance, I know that sounds... It's just a thing. It's just how it is. It's just how it's always been. So coming along thinking, oh, why didn't I think of just getting a new passport and going? Why don't you just do this or do that? I don't do that because I've thought about all of the other obstacles in the way. It's not just that. That's why I don't just do. It's because I know what I'm talking about. I know my situation and you don't. Just get a passport, problem solved. Okay, then I just need a flight. Then I just need inoculations for my dog. Then I just need vet's letters and paperwork. I just need a plastic crate to put the dog in. I just need to pay 500 or 600 for it to either travel on the plane or go overland in a van. And I just need to arrange where I'm going to pick her up after. I just need to arrange for it to be picked up in a non-address. Because where are we? The man in the field opposite Repsol. Just. One of us has lived with this for 3 years and thought it through. Another one arrived in chat 10 minutes ago and wants me to just fix my life. Just. Why don't you just? I never thought of that. Wow. It could have been so easy. I'd have been back in the UK. Do I sound bitter? I don't mean to. I'm a nice guy. I'm everyone's friend. I'll be a friend to anyone. Just don't be a fucking idiot. Why don't you just? I'm hoping I've answered why I don't just. Just a tramp living down and out in a field. And most of us love you and try to support you. Thank you for that. It's appreciated. And all your help. You in particular, Terence. That's Terry, Tell, whatever. I don't remember what name we settled on in the end in the emails, but I appreciate you. I appreciate you all. Even the guys that ask the, I guess it's me. I'm sorry to the guy who asked the question. I don't mean to be a dick. I guess I've just had so many people ask the why don't you just Why don't you just get in a van and go to France and leave from France? Why don't you just get on Euro? Why don't you just get in a dinghy? Why don't you just? Because life's more complicated than that, guys. Life's more complicated. I can't just travel internationally with my dog. I mean, within Schengen I can. But I can't leave. As soon as you get to the borders of Schengen, it gets complicated. Doggy passports and chips and are you vaccinated? My vaccinations, her vaccinations are not up to date. Probably 2 years out of date by now, I would imagine. She had them just before we were made homeless. So yeah, they will be two years. And that's I want to look it up. Having a dog with a rabies vaccine not fully up to date, a crime. So again, any contact I have with the authorities, I'm at risk. It's all always there, isn't it? Once you're home, things. It's a sword of Damocles. It's hanging over you. Hanging over you all the time. Every time the police come, there's always something they could arrest me for. It's whether I can talk my way out of it. And fortunately, they've stopped coming again. We had that sudden burst where we had 3 visits within a month. And now we've got a month or more without any. At probably the busiest time of year. We did have them drive past that day that I talked about. And I was on tenterhooks. I was nervous. Then we had the bin men come around the other week as well. Long story, if you haven't seen it already. On the orders of the police, the bin men stole all my belongings one time. Because everything was a fire risk, allegedly. It's all bullshit, it's all a lie, it's all wrong. I should sue them. If it happened again, I would have stood in the way of the bin men and told them they would have to fight me. I would have put myself physically in their way. I was less sure of myself back then, I guess. So I just let them do what they were doing and take all my belongings. I mean, I had threatened to punch the Guardia Civil guy. I meant it, and I would have. Guns, tasers, batons, body armor, whatever, I don't care. I would have. He unplugged, he took all the tent pegs out of my tent. It was a new tent. He unplugged all the tent pegs and he was shaking the tent to the extent that he could have ripped it at any second. And I was telling him to stop. I would have smacked him. Whether that got me tased, hit with batons or shot, I probably wouldn't have cared. You don't come and damage my home. I don't care who you are. That's not a thing. Arrests are one thing. But being a child and shaking my tent, I'm still going to release, I haven't done it yet, I haven't clipped. Is Spain a democracy? Too much democracy, and no, not a democracy, were the two answers from the Guardia Civil that were on site that day. That to me is tremendously telling about their attitude and about where Spain is with their police. Let me just check on that because I thought I'd silenced it, but obviously not. If I click incorrectly, it'll... Oh, you haven't. Terry, no. It's not that long ago that you already did. Terry, let other people chip. You don't have to do that. Thank you. I'm not going to fight too much. But yeah, thank you, my friend. That's amazing. I didn't even publish the link, I don't think, this time, did I? It's not in the chat, no. You've gone into the description and found that, or maybe you've got it stored. Maybe you've got it stored in your PayPal and you've just clicked to send again. But thank you. Folks, I am a tramp, I do live in a field. I have all of the hurdles that you would expect a homeless guy living in a field to have. I've got a dog, that's not a hurdle. But she's disabled, her back legs don't work. That's a hurdle. And it will mean she will never hurdle again. She used to. But that will mean she will never hurdle. That limits me and my movements. That limits how far I can go. I have yet to go to a supermarket this year. I have not been shopping. Except to the little, well, to the Chino Bazaar just here. And it's not that kind of shop. It's a hardware kind of shop, really. It's not food and drink kind of shop. A guy living in a field. I can't go anywhere far. I'm going to try. Tomorrow I would like to go to the cliff tops. I'd like to try and get a sunrise. I don't know that I can get up in time and get Tina around there in time. We'll try and do something early morning. I'd maybe like to go back there mid-afternoon and just do a video from the seafront. I'm not sure that Tina's up to it. I'll have to see. It's all up in the air. It all depends. But if you would like to support a guy living in a field, I am now about to go on the grift, as we call it, in YouTube land. If you would like to support me in any way, there's a PayPal link. If you follow down below, you'll see the name of the channel. It says more to the side. You expand more and you get the description, and it'll be little, and then you have to click it again and it expands even more. Halfway down there's a link to a PayPal page, a PayPal donate page, where I do accept donations. Only if you want to. Only if you like me, want to support me, and if you're sure that it's not AI, not all AI, and I'm not just having you on. There is that guy that thinks it's all AI. He says he's been to the field and there was nobody here. I will admit that there is that guy out there, but there are multiple people like Josie, like Karen, a bloke called Sean, Mark I've talked about, Anthony, there's a Tom, Irish Tom. There's a dozen people being here to the field and that know it's real and know that I am a real person. I am really here. I don't pack up at night, go home and count my millions. I'm a guy living in a field who should just get a passport and go home, apparently. If you can help, if you want to help, if you'd like to help, the link is in the description. Enough said, no more grift. That is my well, that's my grift. That's my thing, trying to support myself. I spend, just some people like to ask this occasionally, and maybe I should do more to let you know. In a typical week, I will spend about 15, maybe 20 euros. 1 week in 4, I have to pay my internet bill, which is an extra 15. Some weeks there might be an extra 5 or an extra tenner. I live on, if we said 25 euros a week on average, that would cover that extra 5, that would cover the 15 for the phone and everything. That's roughly, that's me. 15 to 20 most weeks, and then you've got the 15 for the phone bill every 4th week. That's it. I'd like to say it's not a lot. It's more than I have. It's more than... I don't get anything from the British government. I don't get anything from the Spanish government. I don't get anything from Torrevieja Town Hall. They sent their man from the welfare to help me. That cost me €450. They sent their welfare man and it cost me. Oscar. Not my friend Oscar, but Oscar here. Oscar Torrevieja Welfare. Vienna Star. You're a fucking disgrace, sir. You should be fucking ashamed. You should be removed from office. When you're up for re-election, I will do everything in my fucking power to campaign against you. I can't stand against you, obviously. But I will campaign against Oscar from Vienna Star. Oscar from the welfare. And Eduardo Delon, the mayor, who forced an older lady to reveal my location so that he could send Oscar to help me that Sunday morning. Bastards, the pair of you. I'm not getting into politics. I certainly don't know party politics here in Spain. I just know that those two gentlemen did me wrong, and I will do everything in my power to do them wrong back. Who's this one? Oh, Thomas. Hello, my friend. Thank you. That's the second donation tonight. Cheers, guys. Cheers. Thank you. I mean, I didn't start this intending to be on the grab. I guess it's not inevitable because it's in my power to not do it. I don't know. I haven't got there. Where do I go with that thought? I don't know where I'm going there. It was in my power not to ask, but I did ask. So thank you. Cheers to the people that do donate and did donate. Everybody else, the link is there in the description. It's in every video pretty much. Even if it's not pinned to the top of chat, in the description. And I welcome, obviously, look, I'm living in a field. I welcome all the assistance I get. Whether it's practical with people coming to me and bringing potatoes, onions, carrot, whatever. Whether you're bringing me something real world, whether it's money to PayPal, I welcome all the even if it's just well wishes, good wishes. I welcome all your help and all your positivity. So yeah, thank you guys. Hit that like button if you haven't already. 11 of you here, but only 8 thumbs ups. We were a lot more. This is the second stream. I was kicked out of the first stream. YouTube had some kind of glitch. I didn't have time to remake the stream and add thumbnails and pictures and write-ups. So I'm sorry. I'll backfill that. I will add that after the event. I didn't think I was going to be live this long. My friend Scruff Dog usually goes live on a Wednesday night. I was going to jib out as soon as he started, and it maybe point you over there and ask you if you wanted to go and give it a try. But I was told he's not streaming tonight, so I carried on. But we were kicked out of the original stream and I had to start a second one, so the numbers are well down. We had almost 20 people in the other stream when it ended, and I got about 4 or 5 of you to recognize there was a new stream and come across. It's difficult when a technical glitch like that happens, trying to let people know, hey, leave this stream, come across to that stream. It's tricky, and maybe we failed. But I'm happy to have you here, folks. I'm happy. I did go off on a rant about when that guy said that thing, but I don't want to be a cunt. I don't want to be a bad guy. New ID rules, yeah. Why not? Yeah, okay. I can't. Let me see the name. I can't. Oh, can I? I'll have to do brightness on the phone. Okay, hold on. Wait a minute, folks. Hold on. There was Farmer leaving. Okay. Not trying to help yourself, got nothing but got a beer. Okay, this is our friend that's having a dig still. Do you know how cheap beer is here? Let's cover that point first. People send me money and say, hey, get a beer. I honour their stipulations. If someone gives me money and says, not for beer, not for alcohol, not for wine, not for whatever, I honour their stipulations and the money goes for something else. If a friend sends me a £5 once a month and says, go get yourself a beer, that £5 gets me 12 cans of beer. So yeah, I have a beer. Yeah, I'm in a field with a fucking beer. Wouldn't you be if you lived in a field? Wouldn't you have a beer every now and again? Let's say I saved up the money that went for that beer. How long before that gets me anywhere? This isn't England where it's £2 a can in the off licence. It's 40p a can. In the supermarket, it's 35p a can. How long do I have to save that up for that to make a difference to anything, you fucking moron? How long? How many 35 cents to make a difference to my life? Versus having a beer a couple of times a week. Do the math, as the Americans would say. I think I saw Jack Attack jumping in there. And relax. 20, 30, 40 cents a can. Oh, but look at you sitting in the field with a can. Yeah, I've got a fucking can. You would do too if it happened to you. Apologies to... It's my party and I'll just cry if I want to. I can't remember the name of the singer in the 80s. What was the song, folks? You would cry too if it happened to you. I don't remember who the singer of that one was. Nobody knows where my Johnny has gone, but Julie left the same time. Something like that. I got angry again. Oh, Jack Attack's posting the link. Thank you, Jack Attack. That's nice. Thank you. You did indeed, Tom. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Terence sent one as well. You want to see Mike make it back to living a good life, and please donate. Thank you. It's appreciated, folks. Skint these days. Not everybody is in a position to help. I get that. Here we go. He's still got it. Okay, it was deleted, I think probably by Jack Attack, but passport €100, flight 40, so like you like living there, but it's not that simple, you fucking moron. I've already detailed the complications that go beyond that. The police arrest, it's 50-50 whether I get arrested. Because it depends whether they've decided to bring a bench warrant out for a court case they didn't tell me about. I got a dog, €500 to get out of the country. Where am I going when I get out of the country? What's the address for the passport to arrive to? Where's this 5, 6, 7, 800 coming from? You fucking moron. I notice you're not the one sending money to help. Send me the 100 for the plane ticket and the for the passport and 40 for the plane ticket. Contribute it, you cunt. Get involved. Help. Don't just be a bitch bitching in the fucking background. Send me that and the 500 for getting the dog out the country and the 100 for the crate. That's how easy it is, you fucking muppet. Oh, I am so glad you're not here in Torrevieja. Because right now I would be fucking hunting you down. I am angry. Doesn't happen often, but it's a fucking wonder to behold when it happens. You want to see me in action, pal? I'm the guy that will regularly take on 3 and win. They'll end up in hospital with the police wanting to prosecute me. Happened before. It can happen again. Scrolling. Ignore the haters, block them, yeah. Don't take the bait. I know, guys, I know. I was a lot calmer when I was younger. Believe it or not. I was a lot more capable. But I was also calmer. I was very zen. Very... What was the word I looked up the other day? It's a branch of philosophy where you just accept things are going to happen. Marcus Aurelius. What's the word? I'm going to have to get the... I can't let that one go. Oh! I've almost knocked the fly. Someone going to get there before me. And relax, yeah, chill. I'm going to... Oh, look, everything's wet again, folks. Everything's wet. It's that viewpoint thing going on again. Marcus Aurelius philosophy. Where are we? Stoic. I didn't even... I got as far as typing Marcus or... And I just knew it. I didn't even need to finish stoicism. I was always very stoic. I don't often get angry. But like I just said, when I do get angry, not always my proudest moments. Some of the worst moments in my life. Do you know, I've said this before. When you watch Incredible Hulk, the 1970s TV series, 70s into the 80s, where he says, "Don't make me angry. You won't like me when I'm angry." He's wrong. My version of that is, don't make me angry. I don't like me when I'm angry. I will look back the day after at the damage and destruction that I have imparted after getting angry. I will look back and I'll be the one that's sorry. It shouldn't be, you won't like me when I get angry. It's I don't like me when I get angry. I don't like what I do. I have, not many times in life, but a few times in life, I have done things in anger. Sometimes you wake up the next day and you think, yeah, that was the best thing ever. That was exactly right. I laid out the people that needed laying out. That was spot on. But sometimes you wake up and you think, oh fuck, that happened. Oh no, I did that. I broke that. I smashed that. I hit him. Whatever it is. Sometimes you regret what you've done. In the moment, it was the right thing. Maybe. But with hindsight, maybe you could have stopped short of that outcome. I said about the gay bloke that I put in hospital that time. I mean, yeah, he was grabbing me in toilets and, you know, but hospital? Is that necessary? I think I overreacted. I regret doing what I did. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know, guys. And chill, yeah, there she blows. I blew my top there. I got angry. Have we banned him, or is he still open to make a comment? I'm all Thomased out. We got other Toms and Thomases. We don't need this one. I'm gonna push the button, guys. He's gone. I don't see any need to hide user on this channel. We send him to the shadow realm. He can carry on posting. He'll see his posts. Oh no, timeout wasn't enough, mate. I've yeeted him. He's gone for good. He's in the shadow zone. He's in the shadow realm. He can carry on posting. He'll see his posts. Nobody else will. I only have so much. He made a dumb comment earlier and I went off on a rant. And then he came back and doubled down. I haven't got... I haven't got the mental energy. I haven't got the energy for that anymore. Maybe when I was younger. He's gone. He's gone. Okay, what else can we talk about then? So this second stream, I don't know how long the first one was when it ended. I don't know. But I got kicked out of my own stream somehow. YouTube just had a glitch. It told me I was offline. And I was off checking in other apps. So I literally typed into the search engine, am I online? And it just brought out a web page saying yes you are, yes you're online. So I knew I was online. It's like the simplest web page ever, isn't it? Am I online? Yes you are. That's even better than down for everyone or just me.com. Just am I online? Yes you are. So I knew I was online. But I'm clicking and clicking and clicking and re-clicking. There was reconnect and end stream, and it just wouldn't reconnect. So I just had to make a new. I just boom, 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 boom. Just click the buttons. I didn't enter any. I didn't enter any data. I didn't enter any fields. I didn't upload a thumbnail. I didn't do anything. So I guess I'm clippy at the minute, am I? My thumbnail's probably clippy. For anyone who doesn't know, go and read Lewis Rossman, hero that he is. The reason that my avatar, my icon, my thumbnail is clippy is because Lewis Rossman says so. And that's the only reason I need. If Lewis Rossman says so, then it is so. I can go off into a whole diatribe about the who, how, when, where, whys. He has videos on the topic. Basically, modern software and modern devices that are software and internet enabled, they don't have your best interests at heart. You can buy a device and they can upload new firmware over the internet, and suddenly your device is not your device. Suddenly it doesn't work. Suddenly the thing you paid for and bought outright wants a monthly subscription just to carry on working. You bought it, it worked, you had it for years, but they're not making enough money. So they've now decided you must, just unilaterally, this thing that you've got that works, they've just decided, no, now it's not going to work because you haven't paid 10 euros this month or 20 euros this month. The whole you will own nothing and be happy kind of shit. Now, the reason he picked Clippy, which if anyone remembers, Microsoft Office in the 80s or 90s, Clippy would come on. It looks like you're trying to write a letter. I can help with that. Clippy was like fucking annoying. But he meant well, and he did you no harm. You could dismiss him easily. He wasn't beaming your data away. He wasn't costing you money. He didn't stop your computer working until you paid £10 a month or €10 a month, $10 a month, kronas a month, whatever your currency is. He didn't get in the way. And so he was nice. Compared to nowadays software, Clippy is lovely. He's cute and fluffy. He doesn't spy on you. He isn't broadcasting stuff away. He isn't costing you. Clippy is far better for you than most of this other software around you. And so this is what Lewis Rossman's, he's been campaigning for years that you should own the things that you own. When you buy a TV, it's your TV. You should be able to pick it apart and swap out a resistor here or whatever repair it needs. You should be able to swap out a little board here and a wire there and a capacitor there. It's on you. And if you appoint a repairman, you don't be told, no, you can't do it. Apple and these other companies for years have been trying to make things more and more and more difficult. Voiding your warranty if you've broken a paper sticker on the back of your TV or the back of your computer. He's been railing against this creep for years at his own expense. And he finally attracted the ear of a billionaire who said, hey, what do you need? Talk to me. I got the odd billion. Let's do a thing. And they've set up 3 or 4 charitable organisations to fund. So he's not having to fund all of this stuff out of his own pocket. He's still pushing for law changes. Tina, I know, it's weird that they've gone down the road and stopped. It's weird, but it's okay. Stop. Shush. Shush. Good girl. He's still trying to get laws changed and even where laws have been passed, he's trying to get them actually implemented and exercised, get them, you know, something that's on the books, a law that's on the books but that isn't policed, that isn't prosecuted, isn't a law, is it? It makes no odds. So he's still campaigning, he's still pushing, but he's got a literal fucking billionaire behind him saying, hey, let's start an organisation for this, let's start one for that. You want to do one for that? What else do you need? Oh, you want to pay someone $5,000 to bypass some nasty feature they've just released? Okay, here's the $5,000. Here's the $10,000. You want to pay 5 more people $5,000 or 10? Yeah, bang, done. It's that. He's doing it. He's making a difference. Lewis Rossman, folks. L-O-U-I-S, and Rossman has double S and double N. R-O-S-M-A-N-N. Lewis Rossman online. If you're not following him, you should be. He's got your back. He's trying to support you. You should try and support him. Guy's a genius. I used to watch him when he was just taking devices apart and trying to track down broken resistors and capacitors and whatever had gone wrong in whatever Apple device. Board repair, repairing. I 2 hours. I know nothing about electronics, and I'm watching this guy soldering and putting flux on and there was never enough flux. Fuck, if you think you've seen flux put onto a motherboard or onto a... Watch Lou, you have never seen flux, fucking flux like this. Fuck, he loves his flux. I know nothing about electronics and I would just watch this guy for like 2 or 3 hours in the middle of the night. Frank's in the house. Frank Nadobody, hello my friend. Let me scroll back and see. I think I'm back on territory here. I recognise these ones. Hey there everyone. Hey Delta Mike. That was Frank arriving. Hi Frank. Still got to get back to you. You tried calling me the other night, but I was in the middle of a TrampCast. We will chat soon, my friend. We will chat soon, if that's all right with you. If you're open to the idea still. Oh, you want to pay a subscription fee for self-driving, which is built into your car but locked due to software. They get worse than that though, don't they? pay a subscription fee to have your ass warm while you're driving around because we've made the leather seats be subscription based. Was that Mercedes or BMW? Might have been both. My car, I'll rewire it, we'll bypass your fucking switch. There's no. My car, my thing, get the fuck out of it. Subscription for warm seats. Get to fuck. When he was still in New York City, yeah, he had big problems with New York. When he left New York, he had his biggest problems. They claimed that he'd not paid certain taxes right back when he started his company. And they'd been sending these bills to an entirely different state. And he's like, what are you doing? I started my business, I gave you my address. Why are you posting shit off to Kentucky when I'm in New York, New York? They were claiming that he owed 10 grand and that the back taxes and fees on top should have added up to 20. The fuck? He had proof. He had proof he'd paid all his bills. But they were still sending bills off to a different state. Tina, calm down. Tina, quiet. It's nice people walking past. Tina's okay. Buenas noches. Hello, Tina. Tina, quiet. Tina's quiet. Nice people just walking past. It's okay. Lewis and the cat. He has multiple cats, doesn't he? Mr. Clinton. That's one. I think that's the one that's on its way out as well, isn't it? One of them's ill. He has another one. What's the other one called? Mr. Clinton. Why can I not remember the name of his cat? That's terrible. Yeah, he has cats. He used to have a girlfriend and she disappeared and he made like a cryptic post about women. And I've never really got to the bottom of the story. I don't know what happened. But yeah, she disappeared from the scene. No. She wants attention. I guess we've got to give her attention. Can I? Here we go, babe. Can I? Here we go. There we go. Oh, I could have done the light on the phone as well, couldn't I? I never thought. Although she doesn't like... It's fizzing again, folks. It's fizzing. The tennis racket of death is fizzing. Oh. No, that's not the right... Where the fuck... Where's the... Just bear with me. Is that the top setting? Where are we? I don't know. Here. That's the brightest. We'll leave it on the brightest. But the tennis racket of death is... Can you hear it? It's literally fizzing. I think that's the moisture in the air. Something just flew into the bottom. You want to see... Yeah, there you go, look. The tennis racket of death. Can you hear the rumble in the background? That was fireworks. Couldn't see them. Excuse me. Couldn't see them, but could hear them. Someone's just had fireworks for the last minute. Let's scroll. Lewis and the cat, yeah. Okay, I think unless I did this before, I did live. Oh, I was. Fuck. I was on Top Chat again, folks. Maybe from when we switched stream and came across and went live again. I wasn't on live chat. I was on Top Chat. Let me see how much I've missed. There's probably messages back here that I know nothing about. I'll catch them tomorrow. Don't take the bait. Yeah, there was that guy getting banned or disappearing. I did get angry there, didn't I, folks? I do. For anybody of a more moderate disposition, I do apologise. I do get angry, and I I'm good at being angry. It's when I find my voice. Yeah, if you're of a more moderate disposition, I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I offended anybody. I'm sorry if me threatening to rip anyone's head off or arms off or whatever I might have said. I'm sorry if that offends anybody other than the person in question, Thomas Talentier. Talentier? Him, he can go fuck himself. I will rip his arms and head off. But anybody else, I don't mean it. I'm a nice guy, really. I gotta go back to the bottom because Frank's pretty tired from work. But you don't do anything anymore. You used to be out and about, driving all over the place, and now you're stuck in a warehouse. What are you? That's not tiring. What are you doing, you big Jesse? I'm kidding. It rained and the humidity is quite extreme now. First rain we've had in about 10 days. Karen asked me yesterday when it last rained because she had a wet rug, a wet carpet. It hasn't rained here for 2 or 3 weeks. Since I fell asleep and left the doors open and all the rain ran down the tent and ran down the door and the door was inside the tent. Took a week to dry out, but that's got to be a good 2 or 3 weeks ago now. So I'm not quite sure what happened there with her. Everything here's wet, but it's not raining. It's dew. It's wet in different ways. And I think that's why the tennis racket of death is fizzing. I think it's a water and electric hydrolysis thing. I don't know for sure. You guys that are more technical. Blackberry and Mr. Clinton. You see, okay, all I needed was the blur. I only needed the blur. Blackberry, of course it was. I get there in the end, mate. Thank you for the hint. That was good. You gave me the hint without giving me the full answer. Thank you. There might be others. Are you saying there's others? You've done an O. He might have got other... Didn't he? He had a dog a couple of days ago. What was that about? I think he introduced a dog into the mix. I'm not sure. I may be misremembering. Oh, see, if I was to just guess a name from O, it would be Orinoco or something, but I don't. That's a Wombles thing. Oh, here's one. Ray Brooks died, didn't he? It's only a few weeks ago. We had this whole conversation about the guy from Mr. Ben, the narrator, and a program called Big Deal about card gambling. He died the other day. Oreo. Okay, Oreo. I forgot about Oreo. Or I'm just not aware of Oreo. Didn't know that one. Anyway, the guy who does the voice of Mr. Ben died the other day, Ray Brooks. What I didn't know was that this must have been after I stopped watching it, he'd been in EastEnders, and he killed Pauline Fowler, who was one of the original characters. Miss Brahms from Are You Being Served? But he killed her. But he died the other day, so I downloaded all of Mr. Ben. I'm currently on episode, I think I just watched episode 4 this afternoon. And I'm loving it, folks. I'm loving it. Mr. Ben it's fantastic. Tell me if this is bad taste. When his family had posted about him dying, so like the catchphrase, one of the catchphrases of the program, as if by magic, the shopkeeper appeared. Okay? Is this bad taste? And as if by magic, the Grim Reaper appeared. I'm not sure if that's... I'm not sure whether I crossed a line with that one. I thought it was kind of sort of pseudo funny. But if it offended somebody, I could see why, and I could maybe accept I'm the wrong side of the line. I thought it was. I couldn't stop myself posting it, and as if by magic, the Grim Reaper appeared. But if someone took offence, I would entirely understand why they'd done that. So that's a thing. Dave Stewart and Barbara Gaskin. It's Dave Stewart. I got his name wrong the last time, didn't I? Dave Stewart was the yeah, his website was hacked, and I was trying to get hold of him to tell him it wasn't hacked. But when I was telling you guys about it, I got his name wrong. I said Dave Edmonds. That's someone different. So we had these various conversations in the past. Yeah. The moon's just come up, folks. The moon's coming up later and later. Let me see if I can show you the moon. Oh, Hans. There's the moon over there, look. I'm not sure which way it's going. I think that's less full than it was yesterday, but I thought we were headed towards a full moon. I don't know where we are in the phases of the moon. Maybe we've just had a full moon and now it's going? What's that? You've got waxing and waning. I'm not sure on my terminology. I should look it up. Learn something new. If you can learn something new every day, folks. Every time you have one of these questions. Is it waxing? Is it waning? I don't know. Should look it up. Learn something new every day. Lots of questions. A lot of people go through life never admitting that there's something they don't know, never looking up things. And it's so easy to look things up nowadays. When I was a kid, I had to wait until I went home. And there's this I had 18 books, 18 encyclopedias, and 2 extra that were the indexes. I'd have to wait until, if I had one of these questions, I'd have to wait until I got home, remember the question, pull out the index, and then find which book I need to be in and what page and where. And now, it's just tippy-tappy. Is the moon waxing or waning? What is this? When's the next full moon? Is it a blood moon, a full moon, a red moon, a dead moon, a fucking... I don't know what all the... We've got all these words now for these things that we never used to have. Here we go. My favourite fact checker. The moon is currently in its waning gibbous phase. Next full moon's the 23rd. I don't even know what today is. Hold on. Oh, it's 13th because tomorrow's 14th, and I knew that because that's the whole point of why we're here. Except you're not. You're just here because you love me, really. But anybody else a little worried that like TrampCast isn't growing? We hit 20 viewers sometimes, but not often. People come in and out, watch on average 20, 25, maybe 30 minutes at a push. TrampCast's not growing. I don't know. It's getting smaller as it moves towards the 3rd quarter, so we're here we go. New moon is like a toenail. New moon is a small crescent after a totally black. You get 3 days where there's no moon at all, and then a new moon is a small crescent. I call it a toenail. It's a little... Words like gibbous, I mean, what the fuck is that? I mean, waxing and waning are old-fashioned. I could understand. I'd need them explaining, but there'll be some old origin for them. But what the fuck does gibbous mean? I'm sure we shall have an answer within about 20 seconds. My favourite fact checker and dad joke teller. when we're on Big Clive and Scruff. We need more Clippies out there. Where are all the Clippies? More people should have changed their avatar to Clippy. Send a message. It's a thing. It's an online campaign. There are multiple different Clippy versions to be had, but of the moon, having the illuminated part greater than a semicircle and less than a circle. So between half and full is gibbous, even when it's waning. Okay, I guess. I do like the moon. He used to keep me company, along with Orion. I've told this, haven't I, about how I talked to Orion before I had a tent, before I had any kind of cover or shelter. Laying on the floor, looking up at the sky. That was months and months and months. It really was. And some of those nights were really, really torturous, folks. Winter. Nights in winter. When it goes dark at 6 o'clock. And it's not going to get light until almost 8. And you haven't got a clock, a watch, no timepiece of any type, no radio, no entertainment, no nighttime, nothing. Oh, I've talked about that ad nauseum. You're probably sick of hearing me talk about it, but it's a real thing. Waning means decreasing. Gibbous refers to the moon's humpback shape when it's more than half illuminated. You do get the rounded edge against the darkness is, I guess, humpbacked, it says there, yeah. Yeah. Soul mining. Steve. Oh, tell me if I'm wrong, but I'm going to go with Steve for soul mining. I guess the other night I used Steve for 3 different people, and I think you were one of them in the end, but hello. Made of strong stuff to be getting through that. I don't know. People say these things. I've had people tell me that I'm like an inspiration and that I'm a wonder and that I'm a... I don't see it. I wouldn't be offering me up as an example like to kids or anything. I got involved in a conversation earlier about preppers. Not earlier on stream, in Tippy Tappy. I don't know whether was I on Twitter? I might have been in YouTube comments somewhere. I'm not sure. I could see me being... Inspiration's too strong a word. I could see me being influential to preppers because I've got a story to tell. Preppers want to be self-sufficient, and I'm definitely not that. I need help from outside. Without help from outside, whether it's money, whether it's food, whether it's practical help, whatever. A bloke, one of you guys, Veritrusium, Ryan, is talking about coming down this weekend and what do I need and what you know, what can he bring. I could see me being useful or influential to like a prepper group, a prepper community, because I can tell you what breaks, what fucking goes wrong, what's no good. Cables, I mean, fucking cables are just shit. Just you need whatever period you're planning for, when the shit hits the fan, the end of the world as you know it, whatever, if you're planning on like going self-sufficient for a year, you are going to need 10 times more cables than you think you fucking need. Whatever number of cables you would actually have plugged in at any one point, that's your starting point for a calculation. Triple that. Now assume that many each month are going to break and you're going to have to replace. You need 12 times that, 3 times that cables you're actually using. You basically need times the number of cables you think you need. And even then, you're probably going to fucking struggle. It's just, it's how it is. Shit's gonna break. Zapper is clipping the sound. Yeah, the flies are flying into the zapper. Survivalist. Yeah, survivalist, prepper. Some of those terms have bad connotations. People have a bad view of what do they call the preppers that are really out there? The ones that are expecting the end of the world. Some of those guys are way off. Tell me if is audio back to normal, or do you need me to step out and come back? There's a slight fizz in the background from the zapper, but it shouldn't be causing any issues that I know of right now. But if it is, tell me. Also, I think I'm on 100% here. I can plug the tablet in now. Let me unplug that and plug the tablet. Karen's in the house. Zapper is clipping sound. Karen's in the house. Just, can you see, do you see how wet this is? I'm not sure that, if I can get the, no you can't see, it's wet. Electronics, oh please. Big blue lights just shining. They've just got the lights on as they go past. Hopefully they'll ignore me. One day they won't ignore me and they'll come for me again. Right now I'll sit here and potentially laugh at them. There they go. It's an intimidation thing they do in Spain. So our policemen, blue lights on vehicles, but they're not on, except when they're flashing. These ones, they just drive around with blue lights on, so that you know they're police and so that you can see them. And it serves no purpose other than intimidation. Hello, you. We're here. See me. I'm here. I don't know. Maybe it's a good thing, maybe it's bad. I mean, I've always complained about UK police not being visible enough. You remember when you were a kid and they used to walk around the streets or drive around and patrol the streets? Now you never see them unless you've called them or unless someone else has called them. They're not just visible out and about, except in a town centre maybe. So was that a good thing, was that a bad thing? I don't know. The Spanish have an unhealthy relationship with their police. They're frightened of their police. You should not be frightened of people whose wages you're paying. Excuse me. Unless you're a criminal. They're the police, you're a criminal, then you should be frightened. But Joe Public shouldn't be frightened of his police that are there supposedly to protect him. Spanish are. They will literally say, don't mess with the Guardia Civil, don't go and stay away, walk the other way. It's not. Okay, certain places in the US have dull blue lights. These were very, very bright. I mean, these were lighting up the street as they went past. But yeah, okay, lights up, the decals also reflective. Yeah. They only ever patrol nice parks on sunny days. I guess, yeah. You don't see them out in the rain, do you? They look at me on a nice sunny day. Yeah. Tony T, hello again. Hello. You're a fairly new arrival, aren't you? I brought 3 cans over. How long ago would that have been? Are we on about 5 hours? 4.5? I got no context. I don't know what time I started. Did I go live at 7 my time? I was intending to do 3 hours and knock off at 10 because I thought Scruff would be picking up either 10 or 10:30. So 7 my time, and it's now, is that midnight? 20 past midnight nearly. So coming up for 5.5 hours, with one stream ended abruptly because YouTube. That was a shame because we had far more people. We had almost 20 people in the house at that point, and we had quite a lot of likes, quite a lot of thumbs ups. And I got kicked out, and it just would not. I thought I'd lost my internet connection entirely because YouTube would not reconnect. I had to create a new stream and just hope that you guys would find me. Some of you did, some of you didn't. Some of you are from that original stream and found me. Some of you didn't even know there was an earlier stream, and you're just here now. But I am, what I start saying, I'm here. I only brought 3 cans of beer across. I'm going to have to go in a second and fetch more. Then I've got to decide, do I need a bathroom break at the same time? No, Tina, it's just a motorbike. I think it's a motorbike. It sounds like a motorbike. It is. Oh, two motorbikes, but it's only one making the noise. Personally, I would ban them. Not ban motorbikes, but ban loud motorbikes. If 1,000 people, everywhere you go, there's a radius of people that are listening to you. And if your motorbike is that loud, that everywhere you go, there's at least 1,000 people fucking listening to you. You could be on one of these little fucking electric scooters and be fucking silent. Why am I listening to you? Why are 1,000 of us listening to you? Now, I know there'll be some petrol heads out there, and I know some of my guys are, like from Big Clive and from Scruff Dog. You're petrol heads and you're going to like big revvy engines, and it's like police helicopters and air ambulances. I'm not a fan. They're too loud. They don't actually do that much good. I would ban them. I've watched documentaries where air ambulances have to land like a mile away from where the person is, and then an actual ambulance has to drive the air ambulance crew to the field where the guy is. Does anybody see like the fucking ridiculousness of this? A proper ambulance to meet the air ambulance, to drive the crew to a field. Really? Couldn't the ambulance just have got him? What are we doing? And then it turns out it's a heart attack victim and the ambulance can't go more than 10 feet in the air. It's not 10 feet, but they have a limit. If it's a heart attack, you have to stay within 100 feet of the ground or something. So this helicopter has to struggle to wherever it's going, staying under a certain height and avoiding electric pylons and fucking whatever, I don't know. And if it's a single engine helicopter, it's not allowed to take off in the dark. The air ambulance is grounded at night because single engine helicopters are against the law in the dark. You have to have a backup engine, a second engine, in case something goes wrong with the first engine. I don't know what that's got to do with the dark, but them's the Civil Aviation Authority rules. So half of the air ambulances that you're funding through your charity donations, because it's not paid for properly by the government or the NHS, they're grounded at night because they're single engine. Isn't that too many limitations? Nothing in the dark, park a mile away from where you need it, have an actual ambulance drive your crew to the field where the bloke's dead or half dead or whatever. Isn't that just too much? To me, that's... And again, helicopter, how much noise, how many people's hearing it every time, every minute it's in the air, how many people are being inconvenienced by that loud noise? Not a fan. I don't think the maths, I don't think it adds up. I certainly don't think we should be paying for it from charitable donations. If it's that good, then the NHS or the government or the fire rescue service type budgets can cover it. Why are we paying? Don't know, maybe I'm just a miser, maybe I'm just back to normal after the zap. Okay, that's good. Dual blue lights and the decals shining. See, there was a Jack Attack comment there that wasn't there earlier about noise cancelling, and there was Karen arriving. Never been pulled over in the rain or the snow. Fair weather cops are worse than fair weather friends, yeah? I don't know. Wouldn't call it patrolling, more like strolling, I guess, for some of them. Hey, if you could see police on foot, I'm not against that. Now, when I was a kid, they'd be on their own, and then they went through a phase where there was always two of them. Then it became cars that were driving around patrolling, and then they just disappeared altogether unless somebody called them. And now you just don't fucking see them. I'm missing the shorts you used to make. I did used to make a few. I was experimenting with shorts. I just don't think that they worked. It was work, you know what I mean? You've got to prepare the video, clip it, try and keep it within the. It was a 1 minute limit back then as well. It's 3 minutes now for shorts, I think. Back then it was 1 minute, so it was difficult to make something fit within the allotted time. But what to include, what to do. I used to make clips of the different sections of TrampCast. The numbers section, the thank yous, we did a thing, like me and Tina, we did an RIP section, we did a recent deaths kind of section for what, it's ad hoc, it's coming back this week. It's coming back, Ray Brooks, Mr. Ben. I have to. Alan Dillon, I think, was the last. I think he was the last recipient of the RIP section, the rest in peace section. I think that was the last one. It's not a regular thing. I'm not looking for who's died this week. I'm not looking to make them a part of a thing. They have to be a major part of my childhood. It has to be a big deal for me. Ray Brooks, the voice of Mr. Ben. And as if by magic, the Grim Reaper appeared. I hope that doesn't sound in bad taste. I hope he would chortle at that one a little bit. I hope so. For any of you foreigners that don't know Mr. Ben, go look it up. It's out there. MR, obviously Mr. and Ben, B-E-N-N. Tina! Quiet. Quiet. Calmate, amiga mia. Tranquilo. Tranquilo. Para. Stop. Tina's okay. It's just young people. They've been to the beach and now they're coming back. They seem to be wandering off the path and into the woods a little bit, into the field. Oh, something crackling in the deadly tennis racket. I didn't go and get that beer yet, did I, folks? Let me stand up now just in case, because people.
Good morning.
Hello. Tina. It's okay. Tina's okay. I'm gonna go get beer. Oh! Do I know where my beer is?
No, no lo hagas, no lo hagas.
Oh.
Así.
Here we go.
No nada más.
It's okay, babe. Tina's okay. Nice people just walking past. Nice people walking past. If they're not just walking past, then I won't be nice anymore. But let's assume they're outside my tent in the field. I don't think there's anything untoward. I don't think I need to go and hit anybody yet. Although one of them's dicking about coming back this way. I'm just going to go stick my head in the tent, guys, just to make sure there's nothing wrong. Bear with me. Okay. We're okay. We're okay. Oh. Sorry about that, folks. There was just a little bit of weird behaviour from them as they were adjacent to my tent on the road, and they were in the hedge off the road towards my tent. I just needed to make sure nobody was in my tent or doing damage to my tent, I guess. It looks like we're all alright. Hey babe, are you okay? I didn't bring you any treats, did I? Treats. Wait. I haven't got any. Hold on. Let me think. No, it's an empty wrapper from yesterday. Wait! Give me 10 seconds, 20 seconds. I just got to go. I got to go. Get some treats for my girl. Oh. I haven't got a light. What? Oh, dark. What is everything? It's dark. There's nothing here. Where are we? That's tree. This is tree. Okay. In the dark. I didn't have a light with me. But I think I got treats for my Tina girl. Oh yeah, that's got you over here, hasn't it? You weren't interested in me a minute ago. You didn't want to know me a minute ago. Now you're all over me. Huh? How does this work? That one's empty. Oh, okay, they open down the middle. Of course they do. Why wouldn't you? Nom 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 nom. Hello. Let's do this. Can you see her? Nom 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 nom. Oh, you dropped it. One of us dropped it. I think it was you. Might have been me. That's my girl. I got to You gotta have your traditions, folks. You gotta have your traditions. Feeding Tina and looking after Tina on stream. What's crackling? Whoa, look at you. Dead flies and dead moths in the tennis racket of death. Did I unplugged the phone before, didn't I? Because it was fully charged. Where's the... Oh, yes, I should have brought the... I think it says 93. Might say 97. 3s and 7s are difficult. This one is... Where are you? 77. That's not too bad. And I can read it, which helps. And the EcoFlow is 83. That's not bad this time of night. Okay, we're all good, folks. I has power. I has tengo poder. Huh? And you won't believe this, but look at this. Look at the state of my lamp. Look at the insects just sitting on it. That's why I put the racket, the tennis racket of death, right next to the light to get them. Got to get them all. Ash Ketchum or whatever he's fucking called. Ketchum? Must be Ketchum, mustn't it? Pokemon, I believe. Got to catch them all. Oh, I missed the bin. Sorry. I'll get that in the morning. Okay, folks. Let's hold on. Scruff cancelled. Yeah. That's why I carried on. I was going to stop. When I drop into the camp, I have a new drink for you to try. Is this a water or a milk or a liqueur, a spirit? Where are we, Karen? And when do you drop into the camp? You've been here days now, and you've been in Spain forever, and you've not called round. Was this your first day, first full day? Oh, I'm lost. What day? I don't even know my day. I don't even know what day of the week it is. This is Thursday. You came out on, wasn't that Monday night? Oh, hold on. It's Thursday now because it's after midnight. It's Wednesday. So in my head, it's Wednesday. You flew out on Monday. You've had Tuesday and Wednesday. How have you not been here already? What are you doing? What's going on? And has himself set off yet? When does that happen? Who's Scruff? Asks Soul Mining. Scruff Dog. Scruff Dog is it's a channel. It's a guy. It's a friend of ours. A lot of these guys here. About half of my audience, about half of my regular attendees have come to me through a bloke called Big Clive and another guy called Scruff Dog. Technical family, they call themselves, or I guess, am I allowed to say we? I'm not. I'm very much on the periphery of their technicalities, of their technicalness. I'm not. I know nothing about engines, gears. I don't fucking electrical shenanigans, none of it. But I like watching them and listening to them, and God, you can't talk about Scruff Dog really without talking about Big Clive, because he emerged out of the audience from Big Clive. Big Clive is an electrical engineer, electrical magician really, with over 1 million followers. He's British, so it's not like he's American with millions of followers. He's British and managed to get 1 million followers. Scruff Dog kind of emerged out of the followers of Big Clive. I I think that's fair to say. I don't want to. I'm not trying to be funny or put anybody down. When Big Clive wasn't available, when Big Clive couldn't go live on his usual weekends because he was at the. So Big Clive works on the lighting rigs and things. The electrics at the Royal Edinburgh Military Tattoo. Is that the full? I think that's his full proper real name. Royal Edinburgh Military Tattoo. Big Clive is an electrical genius with over 1 million followers on YouTube. Lives in the Isle of Man. Hails from Glasgow, but goes to the Royal Edinburgh Military Tattoo to work every year. It's pretty much the only work he does now, I think. But he takes apart electrical devices and shows us all how they work, reverse engineers them, tells us whether they're safe or not, or whether they're trash, or whether they're dangerous, whether they should be taken off the market entirely. Scruff Dog emerged from the audience, like I said, when Clive wasn't available. Scruff Dog stepped in and said, "Hey, Clive's not here, but come and watch me on Saturday night instead." And we all did. And then Clive came back, and then Clive does his thing, Scruff Dog does his straight after, and it's a thing. Scruff Dog with a single F, SCRUFDOG. I got it right this time. I keep saying J for some reason instead of G, but that's just me being an idiot. Scruff Dog is a mechanical engineering type. Clive is electrics. Obviously there's an overlap, but Scruff Dog repairs and maintains and repairs forklift trucks, very narrow aisle trucks, V&As, and other warehousey kind of equipment-y stuff, but also engines and shit as well. That's Scruff. He was supposed to go live today, and I was going to stop at the point. I don't deliberately overlap with people that have helped me. I don't compete against friends. Not that there's any competition. These guys are all much bigger than me in terms of channel. Certainly when Scruff Dog goes live, he gets more viewers live at that moment. I've got more subscribers somehow, but that's a different question. Less of them come here and watch the live streams. There's less live at any one moment. But Scruff does he does a show on a Saturday, which is it's just him. It's just him relaxing. He's doing his herbalaceous extract stuff. He's talking. There's cats. There's music. There's chat. On Wednesdays, he does it used to be Lego. He used to build Lego models and things. The last 3 months, he's been battling a scale model of I don't know if it's a petrol engine or a diesel engine, but it's a scale model of an engine. It hasn't worked. He hasn't managed to fire it up. He's bought extra bits and pieces that it looks like the instructions, there were various question marks. Do I do this? Do I do that? Which left him guessing. Do I do A? Do I do B? And if you've got enough guesses, something's not going to align, something's not going to be right. Some bits broke, some bits dropped off. Infamously, there was this screw left over. After he'd built it, and then he goes to try and power it, there's this screw just drops out, and nobody knows from where. These screws just... Engines are very delicate, balanced things. A screw falling out and on the table, not the floor, but a screw falling out. Yeah, that's probably suboptimal. That's less than ideal, isn't it? Long answer just to say who's Scruff. Watch him. Go watch everybody. Go sign up for Scruff Dog. SCRE, Scruff, like the word. but single F. Dog, straight after it, all one word, scruff dog. His picture, I think his avatar is there's a dog and there's ears and there's things. Although he's a cat person, so I'm not quite sure of why the name. I thought the preppers had been proved right and shit had hit the fan when your stream ended abruptly. Yeah. Preppers. A strange bunch. Mixed bunch. Very mixed. I consider myself a prepper. But obviously I wasn't prepared for what happened to me here. I was in a foreign country, which limits your abilities. Where do you start? I'm prepper adjacent, I guess. I wasn't. I think everybody should be prepared for a week without electricity. Electricity it's delicate. The networks, they can be far more delicate. A forest fire bringing down lines, a terrorist attack at a substation. When I lived in Lancaster, we went 4 days without electric. It all went at once. Landlines are supposed to be on a separate circuit that's protected and separate. That went. Mobile lines, mobile masts were supposed to have 3 days battery power as protection, as fallback. No, it all went. Within half an hour, the mobile masts, it was all gone. It was gone. It was gone. Everything was gone, and we had 4 days. Now, it only came on within 4 days because the law was that you had to be paid compensation. If the electric was off for 4 full days, you had to be paid compensation. So they brought it on for half an hour through the 4th day. They cycle, everybody got half an hour of power for, you all got a little bit of, and that avoided them having to pay out a fine, a compensation to, there would have been a fine to the government, but there would have also been compensation to users. We all got half an hour of power with no explanation, with no warning. We didn't know it was only going to be half an hour. It just came on and then it went back off again. It's quite famous. You can look it up. But I was in Morecambe and it went off, but it was Lancaster substation. The Lancaster substation was next to the River Lune, the big river through Lancaster, and it's literally the name. Sorry, folks, we lost connection there. Lancaster is literally named Lune Caster. Lune is the river, Caster for castle. It's the castle on the Lune. Lunecaster. Lancaster. Vowels change over years, over generations. But anyway, you can look this thing up. It's fairly famous. The substation was next to the river. The river flooded, its banks broke, and all the water came through right on top of the substation. That was the point, that the river broke. And so all the water, obviously, your electric substation is under the river. It's down a hole next to the fucking river. So when the river floods, where's the water going? Down. Why would you do that? I guess you just expect that the river bank's just never going to flood. It's never going to break. But it was miraculous that they managed to get everybody some power for half an hour or more, just enough to avoid the fine and the laws, the compensation laws. They managed to avoid that just. I've been a prepper in my head ever since then. Even if, okay, I'm in a foreign country, I didn't have preps, but I'm prepper. I'm aware that this shit can happen. Power can go. We had the big one hit Spain a couple of months ago. Spain, Portugal, France, and a few other countries. parts of France. It wasn't the whole of France, but parts of France. I was oblivious. I didn't know it happened. I'm just sat here watching. I'm watching videos, and it's only when I stop watching videos and try and go online and I realise there's no internet, and then I come outside and other people are on their phones trying to, you know, the dance you do where you hold it up and you rub your left buttock with your right hand and your right buttock with your left hand, and you dance and you twist around 3 times, you hop around, you try and make your phone work. It was only that. It's only then that I knew that we were in the middle of a thing, and we'd been in it for 4 or 5 hours before I knew. And then some friends of mine turned up because they wanted to charge their EcoFlow. All the people that I've told to get EcoFlows, but it wasn't fully charged come the downtime, and they wanted to come here. Mine was fully charged, so I had spare electric. I had electric that was going nowhere, so it was available to charge their EcoFlow. I don't know if you want to make yourself known in chat, but e-bike riders who don't wear helmets and the police do nothing about it, but they're going 40 miles an hour. That's a thing. Oh, look at this. Lots of things. I'm far behind. I've got to go back and find where I just was. Oh, we got a conversation about air ambulances. We use air ambulances loads here. They picked up some guy from Wisconsin who fell off a cliff the other day on one of our glaciers, but they usually just lift them up. Okay. Probably lacking the proper avionics to fly at night. Hey, I've got you know, more technical than I know, but all I know is it's if it's a single engine helicopter, it's not allowed under the Civil Aviation Authority in the UK. There was one fell out of the sky a few years ago at night and fell into a bar, into a pub, and killed everyone in the pub, because helicopters dropping out of the sky are dangerous. I don't know if you knew this. I think that might be Northern Ireland. I've got Northern Ireland in my head. If anybody wants to, I don't know if Jack Attack's still here and wants to look it up. Helicopters falling out the sky in the middle of the night onto bars and killing people. The jetpack flying mountain rescue guy is cool. Yeah, we got one of those, haven't we? The UK announced one of those a couple of years ago. I don't know if it's ever been used. They'd be great for like burning buildings. If 9/11 happened again, I don't know how high they can go or whether they could get to the top of a building. If someone could have got to the top of that building and dropped ropes down so desperate people didn't just jump randomly out of fucking windows and fall to their deaths. If they could have, you know, when you slide down a rope, you're going to end up with friction burns on your hands and legs, whatever. But if someone could have got there and dropped a rope at each corner of the building, you'd think that might have made a difference, no? Maybe. Average trip in an air ambulance costs 26 grand. Is that the charge to the guy who's getting the treatment, or is that the actual cost of running the air ambulance? They're fucking expensive, aren't they? John Aldwinkle, hello my friend, I didn't see you there. You liked Mr. Ben. I think everyone our generation likes Mr. Ben. There's only 12 or 13 episodes. There's only 8 on the card that rotates in the credits. So I assume they thought those 8 were all of them, and then maybe they made more after. Mr. Ben's great. I'm going to go back. I've got to watch the rest of the series. And I always liked the bloke, Ray Brooks, the TV series he did called Big Deal, a gambler, right? An avid, obsessive gambler. There's a better word than obsessive, isn't there? What's the word you use for someone who can't stop gambling? I'm not going to get it right now. I might get it in 10 minutes. I might get it 4 o'clock in the morning. But yeah, someone who begins with a C, doesn't it? A gambler. Have I given any of you enough of a hint to get me there? Or for you to get there? Not a conspicuous gambler, that's not the right word. Not conscientious, not conspicuous. Compulsive. There we, look at that. That's twice today I've given myself a fucking clue and got there. Compulsive gambler. Yeah. The lady who starred across him was called Sharon Deuce. I remember, I think because Deuce is like a 2, isn't it? But it's also a tennis, but I'm not sure of the spelling. But I think her being called Deuce and it being card games, I think that made it lodge in my mind somehow. Maybe, possibly, don't know. Jetpack, you were saying, okay, like Mr. Ben. King of the Rocket Men, that was a jetpack thing, wasn't it, going way back? I liked King of the Rocket Men. The 1930s or 40s, well, it wouldn't have been a TV series, was it? It was one of those, when you went to the pictures for the morning, kids on a Saturday maybe, there'd be half a dozen of those 10 or 20 minute programs, and then there'd be whatever the proper feature was that they wanted to watch. Along with like Flash Gordon and Buck Rogers and all of those. Those are all good. I want to get proper copies of all of the Flash Gordons and the Buck Rogers. 1930s, 1940s. Wasn't the same bloke played both? Larry Buster Crabbe. I want to say he was a former swimmer, but that was Tarzan and Johnny Weissmuller. Was he an American football player? Larry Buster Crabbe. I'm not sure, but I think he was both Buck Rogers and Flash Gordon. He was both, I'm sure of it. I'm probably wrong, but I'm fucking certain. I'm convinced I'm correct, but I'm probably wrong. Larry Buster Crabbe. I would watch all of those Johnny Weissmuller Tarzan films again as well, though. There was always a spider's web, and the spider's web was like a fucking rope, and a spider that was like fucking this big. I think it was jet shoes he had. I remember, not her pack, but he flew around rescuing people like a real superhero. Hold on. That was, who was that? That was Tony T, and it's jumped on me, so I don't know where I am. That sounds like American, what was that called? Believe it or not, I'm walking on air. Who could it be? Believe it or not, it's just me. America's greatest superhero. That's what that sounds like. Now I'm right, the Rocketeer. Okay, we're right here on. I am right up to date. I'm going to be working backwards. Karen, were they hooked up for connection to the mains electric? What are we talking about? If what you are, I have 12 panels on the house, but couldn't charge the EcoFlow. We've talked about this before. When the grid goes down, your panels go down unless you have a certain type of, they call it an interchange or a grid-tied systems that feed power into the grid. When the grid's not there, they're not allowed to be powered. because you could feed power into the grid and electrocute the linemen, the people working on the line. But there is a thing, there is a separate type of connector you can get where you would have to manually say, no, don't feed it into the grid, but give it to me. But that interconnect costs, it has to be safe, it has to be foolproof, so it costs a lot of money. Yeah, so many people have solar panels, and then the first time they have a power cut are amazed they've got no power. So many people make that same realization. Your panels are not allowed to power the grid, and so they're not allowed to power. You would have to absolutely make them be not connected to the grid, otherwise you could kill the people working on the lines. It's a thing. Oh, Jack Attack, 29th, that would be my birthday, 29th of November 2013. A police helicopter operated by Bond Air Service for Police Scotland crashed into the Clutha. Is there a follow-up? I don't know what the Clutha is. I don't know. That's like you finish mid-sentence. Unless there was something earlier and you're padding. The flooding, which was described as a 1 in 100-year event, cut off power to 55,000 properties, leaving 100,000 people without electricity. Is this Lancaster and Morecambe? Is that where we are? December 2015. Yeah, so that is literally 3 months before I left the country. Lancaster, yeah. Major power outage. It's... famous wouldn't be the right word, but within electricity circles, there was a guy, Roger Kemp, who was one of my, not professors, but he was a doctor at university, one of the teachers at university. He did the major report into it afterwards. Roger Kemp, yeah. Always fully charged now. You reduce the life of things by having them always fully charged if you're not using them. 50% charged is kind of sort of recommended in terms of lengthening the life of devices. And then if you get a warning, oh, storms tomorrow, storms next week, whatever, then you charge them. But in terms of storage, 50, 60, maybe 70% if you want to have a little bit of extra power. Keeping something fully charged all the time. At Li-Fi-Po, lithium iron phosphate is probably better at handling that than any other battery chemistry. It's just not the ideal, but hey, you got to balance. Am I looking for longevity from my device, or do I want usefulness from my device when I fucking need it? If the latter, then 100% is where you want to be. If you want it to last 20 years instead of 10, then 50% is where you want to be, and only boost it up to 100 when they tell you there's a storm coming, or however that might be. Maybe. It was me. I had to charge the EcoFlow on DM solar panel. Okay, I didn't want to dox you or you know, grass you up. But yeah, it was. You all knew that anyway. Karen didn't even know this entire category of thing existed. These, you want to call them solar generators? I hate calling them solar systems. Well, for a number of, I've got 2 reasons to not call them solar systems. There's only one solar system. It's got planets going around a sun. All the other suns are not even solar systems. All of the other planetary systems, There's only one solar system in the universe. The rest are star systems or planetary systems, call them what you will. This one is called solar system because our sun is called Sol. Solar system. None of the others, they're not called Sol, so they're not solar systems. They're star systems, they're planetary systems, call them what the fuck you want. There is only one solar system. And an EcoFlow isn't one. It's far too small. What do we got? 98 million miles to the center, another 98, and then all the other planets that are much further out, far more astronomical units than we want. It's 30 centimeters by 50 centimeters by 70 centimeters. It's not a solar system. It's far too small to be a solar system. If I've laboured that point enough, I will say that a lot of people still don't know that these things exist. A generator without the petrol engine, you might think of it as. It's a battery, it's a power store, but then it gives out the power as 220 or 240 volts alternating current. So it gives a proper plug socket. I think Karen's gives about 6 of them because she's got the Delta. I've got the River, mine's a River 2, hers is a Delta. The EcoFlow Delta was always my dream. It was my dream machine. I can't afford it. I am but a lowly tramp living in a field. Unless EcoFlow are out there and would like to... there's an option in the settings, when I'm doing these videos, in the settings there's a thing. Are there any brands that you would like to notify? Would you like to... There's a thing. I could do an EcoFlow video and notify EcoFlow. My grift is not yet that strong. I'm okay saying to you, hey guys, can you send us a $5 or a $10? I'm living in a field, it'd be nice if you could help me. I'm not even okay saying that, but I walk that line. But saying to a company, hey guys, I've done a video all about you and your stuff. Give me stuff. Give me bigger and better stuff. I've done a video about basic stuff. Any chance you could send me bigger and better stuff? I am a tramp. I live in a field. I use an EcoFlow River, but an EcoFlow Delta might be bigger and better. What about if you could send me an EcoFlow Glacier? Your nice big freezer. Fridge freezer, cooler box, ice makey gizmo. What about that? Hey, I did a video about EcoFlow. Maybe Bluetti would like to send me something to... Maybe I could shit all over EcoFlow by talking about how nice Bluetti is, or Jackery, or whoever. I guess that would be optimal. That'd be nice. It's just not really me. I'm just not that pushy. I'm not that forward. But some of you guys didn't know that these things were a thing. And I told you about them and some of you went off and bought them. One guy sent me a 20 or 30 euro, he called it like a commission. He didn't know this was a thing. He went out, he considered it, he went and bought one. And he said, I understand you're not funded, you're not sponsored, you're not going to get any, have some money from me. Thank you for telling me that this is a thing, that this stuff exists. That was nice. It's a thing. It's a thing we all should... I honestly believe... I do. I've always believed. Plan for how you would live your life for 1 week with no... It's the of all the things that preppers plan for, earthquakes, alien invasion, fucking nuclear war, coronal mass ejection, which can actually lead to the power cuts we're talking about, but that's... There's a lot of hypothetical, there's a lot of once in a 1,000-year events, there's once in a 1,000,000-year events, there's a power cut. It's as simple as it gets. In terms of major disruption to life, to normal everyday life, it's as simple as it gets. 24 hours, you'll manage that on your head. Just don't open your fridge or your freezer, just leave the cold air in and it'll all be good. Nothing's going to go off in 24 hours. 72 hours. Oof. Now you're talking. But if you could have plugged your freezer in for an hour in the middle of that 72 hours, it's all it takes. You don't have to keep it frozen. It's, you know what I mean? If you can plug it in for 1 hour a day for 2 or 3 days, you'll be fine. I mean, it's not going to be perfect. Your ice cream might have melted a bit, but it's still going to be edible. Nothing's going to be deadly. It's all going to be good. Get yourselves an EcoFlow Delta or a Jackery or a Bluetti, an All Powers, just something. Ideally, get yourself something that can be, it's okay to charge them from electric and assume you're only going to have a 12 or 24 hour outage. That's, you know, that'll see you through a day. But if you get yourself a solar panel or 3, so that you can recharge your EcoFlow. You can charge them from cars and things. I mean, you can plug them in and run your car. There are things, there are options, but that's probably not really where you want to be. But everybody should prepare for 24, 72 hours a week. It's the most basic preps you can do. Don't be reliant. If you watch a video about preparing, about prepping, if you see someone talk about candles, fucking just turn that shit off. Just go find somebody else. Go watch someone else. If they mention it like as an afterthought after an hour of talking about other things, yeah. But if like item number 1 on their list is have candles, you're inviting your house to burn down. Candles are not where you want to be. Not in the modern age. Not with LED. Look, get yourself a fucking lantern for €14. Get yourself a set of Christmas tree decorations. You can see them. You see the light over there on the bench. It's a set of Christmas tree lights, solar powered. They might be garden lights. I don't know. Whatever. But them. Solar powered lights. Battery operated LED Christmas lights. I got a bunch in my tent. It's like a teenage girl's bedroom in there at night. Or it was until they started falling apart last week. I'm about to try and repair something, but I haven't got a soldering iron, and I haven't got a multimeter. Both wires are off now, so I can't tell positive from negative. It's gonna get interesting, but I'm gonna take a screwdriver and I'm gonna put it in the gas fire here. I'm gonna heat it up. And I'm going to put the wire down and just touch it to what's there. And hopefully there's enough solder on the pad already. And it'll be 50-50 whether I get it the right way around or not, won't it? Don't have a soldering iron. Don't have solder. Don't have flux. How difficult can it be? This will be my first... I've no experience of pissing about with any of this. I know nothing about soldering, except I've watched Big Clive a few times. And he's got these big man sausage fingers. He's got this huge, and yet he's so delicate with it. And he's holding things in 4 different ways with just 3 fingers. And it's, how the fuck does he, what is that? I don't even know what that is. But he is. I'm not. We're going to have to see, folks. Let's scroll. I'm scrolling. Mine is always fully charged now. We had that rant. I will be buying my own solar panel. You do right. There was Jack Attack with his 29th of November 2013. I'm not sure if that's the one I'm thinking of. Crashing in Scotland. I had Northern Ireland in mind. And at night time and crashing through a pub roof. I'm scrolling backwards because it jumped on me. Here we go. There you go. Crashed into Clutha. I'm assuming you were cut off mid sentence there. Yeah, solar panels are a real anomaly. You got to put them in the sun, so they're going to get hot. But as they get warm, they get less efficient and start to break down. It's a perverse fact of life that solar panels have to be in the sun, but putting them in the sun makes them less efficient. Compulsive gambler, yeah. Thank you, Frank. I got there on my own, but thank you for the hint, yeah, for the word. The Rocketeer. That was the film with the James Bond guy. Dalton. Timothy Dalton. Prince Baron from Flash Gordon. Hit the like, said Terence. He did. Thank you. If you backfeed power while the grid is down, you can hurt linemen. That is indeed the problem. Clathar pub in central Glasgow, killing all 3 crew on board and 7 patrons of the pub. Why do I think Ireland? Was that a different thing, or I might just be misremembering? Yeah, Karen's in a new place, so doesn't know all the ins and outs of what's installed, how it works, and how it can be amended. Oh, and the old owner isn't around to advise. You use the EcoFlow every day. That's interesting. Oh, why is my ankle itching? That's different. Auto disconnect switch for grid interconnection. Senses what's on the line, can automatically disconnect and reconnect once service is restored. Yeah. So that you can still have use of your own power your own solar while the grid's gone. Yeah. So many people, I see every year Californians, but California. Every year, so many people. But I've got solar panels. Why can't and the power why haven't I got power? I've got solar. Because it's not allowed to feed back into the network when the network's down. You could kill somebody. So you need this separate, more expensive type of disconnect, whatever the hell the word is. Yeah. Wonder how far Voyager has travelled out. Oh, Voyager. So took off in what, 72, 3? I'm not sure what year it was. About 10 years ago, it left the Voyager, well, both, but I think Voyager 2 left the solar system first. Something to do with the routes they'd taken when they did the Grand Tour, as it was kind of called, to try and get to as many planets as possible, and then get thrown out. And then it detected that it was leaving the influence of the sun. It detected the sun was no longer shielding it from cosmic rays, cosmic particles. There was a period where it was like balanced, push from the sun and other stuff coming in, and it was a helio something or other was the word, wasn't it? But I can't remember the word. There was a balance anyway. Equilibrium's probably going to be in there somewhere. But then as it got away, the sun became weaker and the cosmic particles from outside became stronger. Was that me whistling or was that the chair? I don't know, that was me or the chair. Voyager. They had to turn off some of the equipment within it a while back to protect the battery. It's a kind of a nuclear battery, isn't it? Atomic decay powers the battery, stores things, and it only has minimal milliwatts available. I can't remember all the ins and outs. I don't know. I'd need to look it back and look it up again. Wish you could get a Ford Power Boost F50. That's a truck, a Ford F150. That's a pickup truck, yeah? Americans on your pickup trucks. If it can provide like 12.5 kilowatts of electricity for powering a home. Yeah, I mean, you know, kilowatts. And Americans use so many fucking kilowatt hours per day. You guys and your power are off the fucking charts. If you were to look at European power consumption versus US household power consumption, it's chalk and cheese. You guys are like tenfold. You're out there. We're like, hey, I can get a generator and it gives 3 kilowatts and that's enough. And you guys are like, fuck, I need 30 kilowatts. What are you doing? Frank's off. He'll be back. I'll be back. Fantastic voyage. Fantastic voyage. Raquel Welch, wasn't it? Isn't it? Didn't it? Oh, it did. In my formative years. Oh, it did. Too much information. Raquel. Apparently, she was a bugger to work with. Nobody enjoyed. She couldn't get work because she was so difficult to be around. I'm reading backwards, so some of your messages don't make sense until I get further back. Gas fridge is a marvel of engineering. Yeah, those are propane, I think, aren't they? Gas bottle. But your gas bottle goes. It's not like it runs through the fridge, does the cooling, and then you get to still have the gas. It's gone. It's I don't know how fast it goes. I don't know how much that costs to run. Soul mining is stay. I got that. I guess that earlier. Guessed isn't really the right. Oh, isn't really the right word. It wasn't me squeaking. It was the chair. I've just worked that out. Laughing at myself when my electric went off for 2 days. I could have put my fridge freezer stuff in my gas fridge. Yeah. When you've got these things, they're backups that are available to you. Candles and kitties don't mix. Candles and children don't mix. Candles and people don't mix. We knock things, we slap things, we crash things, we knock them off, we drop them, that's, no. We're one solar flare away from being sent to the days before electricity. This was in the early days of electricity. You'll know this. Frank will know this. But the Carrington event was a thing. We didn't really have an electric network or an electric grid. We had telegraph. And for 3 days or so, maybe a week, they unplugged in the offices where they're doing the Morse code, the dip 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 dap dap, dap unplug them. Shit carried on working. Some of them were bursting into flames. There was the electric. So a solar flare, for anyone who doesn't know, a solar flare would come from the sun. A coronal mass ejection sends out charged particles, and these things can travel at different speeds, but sometimes they can arrive within hours, or they might take 2 or 3 days. And they might spread out, and the leading edge arrives, and the back edge is back. But these charged particles caused the telegraph network to become charged. Certain wires and certain early radio antenna, and we probably did have an early electrical grid, might not be the word, but you've got power lines. They become charged. We have things, satellites at the minute sometimes have to turn off because what we call space weather. It's an interesting term, but there's space weather and weather forecasts, just like there's normal weather and normal weather forecasts. And yeah, coronal mass ejections. If you get one big enough, and one happened in 1860 something or other, when we didn't really have, certainly didn't have the internet, the telephone network, and I mean, we had the very early stages of the telegraph network, and that was set on fire in places that they unplugged, and it carried on working. They could carry on sending messages even though it was unplugged, because it didn't need powering from outside. It was powered in and of itself. Carrington event, 40, 50, 60, I don't know when it was. If they've estimated what strength that must have been, or that would have been, if we were hit by that same thing now, parts of America would be without power for 10 years. So many transistors and what are the other ones called? They do the induction to step power down. Transformers. So many of these things would blow. There aren't enough of them. You can't just plug in replacements. You'll be waiting years for replacements. If we were hit by what we were hit by in I'm going to say 1860, but I don't fucking know. Carrington event, go look it up. If we were hit by that now, and this is not just like prepper, doomsday prepping, this is real. Like Frank was just saying, we're one coronal mass ejection away from areas of the planet going 10 years without power. It's a thing. It could happen. It could happen today, it could happen tomorrow. It might already have happened. The ejections happened, and we're just waiting for the Earth to roll into the ejaculate. Did I really just say that? I guess I did. It's a thing. One solar flare from being sent back to, basically being sent back to being cavemen. Yeah, it's a thing. EcoFlow are waiting for your application. The ball is in your court. It's possible. I'd have to do a video specific. I mean, it would be a little bit, wouldn't that be a little bit cringe if I did a video? Hey everybody, here's my EcoFlow. I've been using it for a year, and this is what I use it for in a typical day, and here's what we do, and here's what we don't, and here's what we can, and here's what we can't. Maybe if I had the next model up, maybe I could. I don't think I'd be able to stop laughing at the cringe. Oh, I don't know, guys. I don't know. Candles and kitties, yeah. Okay, I think I should be working backwards rather than forwards. Let me go back the other way. Let me see whether I get where I... There's a NASA website that shows real time where the Voyager probes are in the deepest parts of space. We've even sent something. We haven't sent anything after them. Could we catch... Here's the thing. Shouldn't we do a thing every 10 years or 20 years? Try and catch them. We've sent them out there and we know, oh, it's going to be 130 million years before it reaches Alpha Tau Ceti or whatever the fuck they're going. Wouldn't it be a good idea to try and race to catch them? I mean, they've had a 40-year head start, 50-year head start. But what surely in the meantime we can do faster now, can we? Surely we're better. And if we're not, then we need to aim to be. And then in 10 years' time, try and go even faster. That would be like a spur to progress. How do you go bigger, faster? What do you do? I mean, a lot of rocketry is just shooting stuff out the back end to go that way. That's not really big and clever, and we can probably calculate how fast we could go. We need new tech in rocketry, in space travel. Maybe. How do we catch Voyager? How do we surpass it? How do we go faster? I am but a lowly tramp in a field, pontificating on things that I know not of. But it makes you wonder. Can you hear this? Let me turn you around. I'm going to see. Hold on. Here. Oh, she's seen it. No, she's still going. She's running in her sleep. She can't run in real life. But she's running in her sleep. Hey, Tina. Hey, baby girl. It's my baby girl. I hope you're running towards something nice and not away from something nasty. Hey, babe. Live long and prosper. That's my girl. She can't run in real life, but she runs in her dreams, and I want her to. I hope she's running towards something nice and not away from something nasty. But either way, that's my girl. I don't know. I think I'm reading back. I think I'm back to where we were in Karen and the EcoFlow way back. I'm going to come forward because you've undoubtedly said more. There was Tina running and people saying hey to Tina. The Carrington event, the most intense magnetic storm in recorded history. 1859, first to second during the solar cycle. There we go. My fact checker is here with me. Data signals from Voyager currently take 22 hours to reach Earth. Yeah, the speed of light's kind of slow, isn't it? And the speed of radio is possibly a little bit less than the speed of light, maybe? I guess it's electromagnetic radiation, so probably does travel actually speed of light, maybe. Maybe. Maybe someone can confirm. Maybe if I've got a fact checker in the house. Does radio travel at the speed of light or near the speed of light? I don't know. And I'm sucking beer off my moustache and making noises doing so. I do apologise. 22 hours. Now the moon is, hold on, was the moon 40 seconds? The sun is 8 minutes away. Because they had a phone call with Nixon, didn't they? Kennedy did the "we shall go to the moon and return men safely," but it was Nixon who was president by the time they were there, who did the phone call with them. But there was that whole delay. Over, and then you're waiting for the call to come back. When did we say it was 1859? I went with 60. I don't know why I was stuck in 1860, but I did kind of sort of settle there. September 59. Close enough. What's 3 or 4 months amongst friends? EcoFlow is your ticket to making a life out of what you have, says Terence. Could be. Also, I mean, I could do videos about like the tent brand, the tent that I'm living in. It's been 4 months now. Tina's only done moderate damage. The tent has survived miraculously. The previous tent, Tina put holes in it within 2 weeks. This took 4 months. And even now we're surviving that. I'd love to know where the mouse came in at. Whether it's come in at some point, or whether it just walked in through the door where she's done her damage. Or whether it came in on one of the electric cables and I'd not closed the zip properly. EcoFlow are my ticket. It would be nice to build a reputation, might not be the right word, but to be reviewing. See, unlike everybody else that reviews these products, they go camping one weekend, or we got like overnight, 24 hours in a fucking field, and they review an EcoFlow. I'm living the fucking life. I'm not 3 days, 5 days, 7 days in a campsite. Ooh, isn't it marvelous? I'm out here. I can tell you the problems with it. The 12 volt, what I would call the cigarette lighter output, call it what you will, it's rusty. It's rusted. I have to scrape the fucking rust out of it to try and get a good connection sometimes. The 220 volt socket it's very difficult to get a plug in there. It's very, I gotta try, I gotta like force it. I'm worried sometimes that I might be either breaking the plug, you know, on the device, or I might be breaking the socket. It's very awkward sometimes. I believe the USB ports are also rusting. And so I'm having to start thinking about whether I need to put something in and rub them. I've got what I typically use for this job, because it's happened a lot. I've got a set of tweezers, and I'll just use one arm of the tweezers and put it in and rub. Try not to breach contacts but I can tell you the positives and the negatives. Karen's off. Good night, Karen. It is. Is it getting late? Does that say 1:36 or 56? I can't read that. Let me reach for something that I can read. Okay, 37. Yeah, 1:37. It's getting quite late, isn't it? You have 1,300 subs who are witness to how EcoFlow has worked for you. Is it 1,300? I thought it was 1,600. It's 1,600. It was 1300, and then we flew through 1500 and on to 16. It's something like 1630 or 1640. And it doesn't get any higher. Every time it approaches 1640, I lose 4 or 5. I gain them back slowly, I lose them again. From memory. But yeah. I don't know how many people have heard me wax lyrical about EcoFlow. It is a thing. I am a little bit of a fanboy. I followed them from when they released their products on Kickstarter, and it was all brand new. It was all, I'd never heard of this product group, this type of thing. And then other people, I became aware of other people, and Will, Darth Vader actor, Prowse, David Prowse, Will Prowse, online, was a big reviewer of these kinds of things, and he kept criticizing them to hell. All of the different manufacturers, the Jackeries, the Bluettis, the EcoFlows, they all had their products. They were all sending them to him for free, and he kept calling them all shit, telling them how they needed to improve them and make them better. And over time, they kind of listened. And EcoFlow listened more than most and made their products the faster charging, the quickest, the best. And I grew an affinity for them. So when I had a few euros left over after buying a tent, and I thought, what would make what would make the biggest difference to my life? And I thought one of these solar generators, let's call them for the sake of, I don't like the term, but because they don't generate, they store. But they do what a generator would do. They give you up to 20 volts AC, 12 volts DC, 5 volts USB, up to 16 or 20 volts, whatever it is, on USB-C. They do the things. So they are kind of generator adjacent. When I had to decide which one to buy, there was no question in my mind. It was going to be EcoFlow. I bought it and instantly had a problem. If you watch back at the videos, I needed their support team, and I wasn't happy with their support team. I'm not happy with their firmware or software. I do not update anything. I do not update anything. Because updating your EcoFlow can leave you... Whereas with a computer, you always want to have the latest version of firmware and software. Everything computer-wise, phone-wise, tablet-wise, I always go for the latest software. Do not do that with EcoFlow. If it's working, and if you're happy with it, don't mess. Because there be dragons. Don't go there. Don't update the firmware of your EcoFlow. Unless you're very confident you've got a very stable internet connection, like you're at home, you can plug it in, you're hardwired, there's nothing can... Even then, cross your fucking fingers. And if something goes wrong and they tell you you've got to return it, tell them no. It's their first answer for everything is package it up, send it back on a slow boat to China. No. You broke it with a firmware update over the interwebs. Fix it with a fucking firmware update over the interwebs. Why does it have to go back on a fucking slow boat to China? Don't do that. And I'm literally talking China. That's where they're made. They're designed, the company's American, they're designed in America, the engineers are in America, but that's all. Everything else is China. The support, probably Taiwan, Singapore, Malaysia. But you pick a fucking country. Hong Kong, I've no idea. But support's out there. And their answer is always package it up, send it back. And I'm like, I'm in a field. How do I send it back to China? Where the fuck? Oh, well, I'll just take a 2-hour walk into Torrevieja with my disabled dog that I'm carrying. Well, that's not going to work. So don't do that. Oh, guys, I guess we're headed towards the end. We're on 3 hours on this particular stream, which is the second stream because YouTube cut me off earlier. I'm at the bottom. I don't know about those weekly Windows 11 updates seem not just superfluous. Just downright fishy. I can't comment on Windows 11. I haven't got a Windows enabled device at the minute. Terrence says 1600, sorry. It did used to be 1300. It was 1300 for a long, long time. I was on, God, 1 year ago, I was on 1,000. It's just a week or two ago that it was 1 year ago I was on 1,000 subscribers. And a few weeks ago I was still only on 1,300. It had been a really slow year. It had really not gone anywhere. And then it rocketed through 14, 15, 1,600. Now it's back to going backwards. In a typical week at the minute, I'm losing subscribers rather than gaining them. I don't know why. Maybe it's the look of my face. Maybe it's because I keep saying the N-word every now and again. Maybe it's because, like the guy before who took offense to the fact that I had a drink in my hand. I don't know. These things happen. There are the vagaries of YouTube. Whew. Here we go. The speed of light in a vacuum. Yeah, somebody slowed the speed of light down to like 7 meters per second once. The speed of light is only the speed of light in a vacuum. In other objects, it's different. I think it was 7 meters per second they slowed it down to. That's what, let's call that 300 kilometers per second. Yeah. Oh, hold on. 300,000 kilometers per second. 300,000. Yeah, okay, yeah. Or let's give it its proper name, 300 megameters. Thousands of kilo. I get sick of it when it's thousands of milli is my big bugbear. Thousands of milliamps when they're talking about battery capacity. I don't want to hear thousands of milli. Just tell me how many amp hours it is. Thousands of milliamp hours. But you could make the same argument about thousands of kilometers. It's a megometer. It's a megameter. Maybe. I'm just a prat when it comes to words, aren't I? I'm just a dick. Who wants to carry on? Who wants to draw a line under it? I'm not sure where to go, guys. There aren't that many of us. There's only 7 of us here. We've only got 11 thumbs up this one. We had a lot more in the first half, in the other video. I have got an itchy scrotum. I have to reach in. Excuse me a second. Oh. That's one of mankind's greatest pleasures. Scratching an itchy scrotum. I'm going to scroll. Different hand. Don't worry, you're not going to catch anything. A fundamental constant. Yes and no. I mean, it is the speed of light within the universe in a vacuum. Yeah. But things have traveled faster than the speed of light. I get this a lot. I argue this one. People tell me I'm wrong, but you're wrong, and I can fucking prove it. How big is the universe? How old is the universe? It's 13.75 or 78, whatever. We'll argue about how many years it is. Let's call it 14 billion years old. Okay? It started this small, and it went woof. And this side's gone 14 billion years. That side's gone 14 billion. If they went at the speed of light, the size of the universe would be 28 billion light years. Can't be any bigger if it goes at the speed of light. That's a tiny fucking fraction of the size of the universe. The universe expanded faster than the speed of light because it's not traveling within the universe. The speed of light, the constraint you're talking about, that's the speed, the maximum speed within the universe. But the universe isn't within the universe. The universe can ignore that bullshit and go bigger. So no fossils. We're not going to, let's not start saying the world's only 6,000 years old. Pete says, on board putting headphones in. Okay. Welcome aboard. So for fossils, we use carbon dating. How are we measuring time? Well, this is the thing. Time is a function. Time is a thing within the universe. Space-time. It's part of space. 4 dimensions, maybe more. But space and time are supposedly interlinked, except time's very complex. Do you know no photograph is real? Your eye, what your eye sees isn't real. Let me give you an example. Let's say there's a poster on a wall there in front of you. The light from that post is taken however many milliseconds to bounce off that wall and come here. But other light around you and other things further away, let's say there's a hill in the distance. That hill has taken more milliseconds. Your view, and if you did a photograph and took an instantaneous picture of what was arriving at the camera at that point, the picture you get, that reality never existed. Those things were never there at the same time, because this thing's 5 milliseconds away and that thing's 100 milliseconds away and that thing's, the sun is 8 minutes away. All that light that's hitting your camera right now are all coming from different times. That's not a picture of now. That's not a picture of when you click the camera. That's a picture of light arriving from 20,000 different places, from different times. You're just getting it now. It's not real. And time's the same. It's not real. If you travel really, really fast, time changes. Slows down, speeds up, can't remember which way around it is. Time dilation, look it up. GPS relies on the fact that the satellites are moving so fast that we have to compensate. Mercury was a problem for 100 years. Maths and science couldn't fix, couldn't solve. Newton was wrong. His calculations approximated how things would be. But Mercury threw a spanner in the works, threw a clog in the works, whatever metaphor you want to use. And it was only when young Albert, what was it, the Austrian patent clerk? Austrian or German? I think Austrian. It's only when the patent clerk did his thing that they could make Mercury make sense. Things are wrong, and they're wrong for hundreds of years before people get them right. and we don't know half of it. Einstein will be wrong somewhere, sometime. They keep coming up with ideas for how he's wrong, and it keeps turning out that no, he wasn't wrong after all. There was one this week where they said he was wrong again. I haven't read up on that one. I'm not sure. To my mind, my money's on Albert Einstein. There have been so many people claiming he was wrong so many times, and so far he hasn't been. So one more thing saying Einstein proven wrong by MIT or whoever. Not in my eyes, not yet. Not till it's peer reviewed and replicated. There's the thing they always miss in science nowadays. Replicating. So many things come out and are just announced with a press release as being true. They forget about the replication. It's not true until someone else says, yes, we did it as well. The guy could just be lying. It could be, the maths could be wrong. This could be... Until it's replicated, it's not science. It just isn't. I've gone off on one again, folks. I've gone off on one. Okay, I think we're probably going to call it. We're probably going to call it quits soon. Pete says, can you hear me? I can see you, certainly. Can we accurately guesstimate the rate of expansion and extrapolate from there? Only if the rate of expansion was constant, and we don't think it was. Or is. So there's another hurdle. Is the speed of light always been, is it been constant, or does it change over time? There's a theory called tired light, I think. You'd have to go and look up Sabine Hossenfelder. Lovely name, lovely lady. Sabine ends with an E, but pronounced Sabine Hossenfelder. Online physicist. Also Dr. Becky. DR for doctor, and Becky, like you would expect, CKY, BECKY. There are these big questions in cosmology, and I'm an amateur following this stuff. I have a general interest, but I'm not in the field. I mean, a field, but I'm just a tramp living in a field. But yes, Sabine Hossenfelder and Dr. Becky, maybe to a lesser extent Anton Petrov on this one. He's not so much cosmology and the universe. Well, he touches on it. But I think the theory was called tired light, and the idea is that as the universe has gone on, maybe the speed of light slows down. Light gets slowed by its interactions with all these other particles and everything else in the universe, and maybe by gravity. You can postulate slowed down by what? But yeah. So can you just look back and then extrapolate a speed and not, there are big questions marks, big questions over it all. Don't know is the answer. I'm not the guy to answer. Expansion versus speed of light. Well, the expansion rate can appear to exceed the speed of light when considering very distant objects. Next, it's important to remember that it's the space between objects that is expanding, not the objects themselves. The whole thing about the rate of, this is the crisis in cosmology, isn't it? The rate that space-time is expanding, and it's something like 75 meters per second per parsec, where a parsec is 3 and a bit light years. So they're trying to work out how fast the universe is expanding and whether the rate's constant and everything. Well, Yeah, so the rate that things move within the universe is different from the rate that the universe itself moves. Was the biggie. Hey, babe. Hey, 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 hey. It's okay. Whoa. Hey, 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 hey. Hey. You're just dreaming. You're dreaming. It's okay. It's okay. Dennis here. We're all okay. Calm down. You're wet from the dew. Your leg's still enough that you're getting wet. My girl's wet from the moisture in the air. I guess that must mean we're going to go in soon. I'll get her in. I'll take her for a walk, get her into bed, and give her a big cuddle, and dry her off. Only 2 people here. It says that mustn't be right. Pete, do you need anything, Mike? Don't like seeing. Whoa. Listening to me. Stop listening to people thinking you are intellectual homeless person. Mike, listen to me. Stop listening to people thinking you are intellectual homeless person. Maybe there's a grammar, maybe there's a word missing there or a punctuation. I'm not quite following that. Do you need anything? Don't like seeing you sucked into silly conversations with idiots. I have contacted you and I am being contacted. Are you telling me I'm not an intellectual? That's okay. You can tell me I'm not an intellectual. Different measure, yeah. The different versions of measuring the expansion of the universe. There's 3. Well, there were 2 methods. Someone came up with a 3rd, and they disagree with each other by all orders of magnitude. Like they don't just, it's not like, 5.2 and 4.8. They're off by lots. 3.26 million light years of distance. The universe expands by an additional 70 kilometers per second. I had 70 or 75, and 3.26 sounds like a parsec. But that's 3.26 million light years, whereas a parsec is 3.26 light years, I think. So that's a million parsecs. For every million parsecs, 70 kilometers per second. I had the broad brush numbers, but maybe off by orders of magnitude. I'm a very practical man, Mike. Love also being homeless. I don't trust this platform. YouTube, I trust it about as far as I can throw it, yeah. Never been one to get physics or maths, says Thomas. I loved physics. It's funny. I liked maths. As a kid, I was good at maths. We were never taught it properly. We were only taught arithmetic and a bit of basic trigonometry. Some of the other stuff is fascinating. And it's only as an adult that I've touched on it and explored pieces of it. But because it was never taught in a proper structured manner, I didn't grasp it. So I did it at A level, or tried to do it at A level. But I didn't get it. And years later, I'm fascinated by it. Do you know, if you add up the odd numbers, so you start with one, you start with like a number line, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, add up the odd numbers cumulatively, you get square numbers. 1 plus 3 gives you 4. It's a square number. 1 plus 3 plus 5 gives you 9. It's a square number. 1 plus 3 plus 5 plus 7 gives you 16. That's a square number. All the squares just from adding the odd numbers. This is mathematics. Arithmetic is just the 1 plus 1 is 2, 2 times 2, 4. Those basics. That's all we're taught at school. We touch on a little bit of trigonometry. But maths itself can be fascinating, and that's not what we're taught. That's not where we go. Pete, I don't know what your problem is. I got an email address. It's out there. Contact me. Whatever your tirade is here, everybody has a way to contact me privately. Use fucking YouTube. Description. Every video ever has full contact details for me. But if you start ranting and swearing at me, I'm less likely to listen, mate. I don't know what else you want me to say. Stop listening to people thinking you're an intellectual homeless person. I'm probably the most intelligent person that you'll ever meet, if you ever meet me. I'm not listening to people telling me that I'm some kind of fucking pseudo-intellectual. I'm clever. I know I'm clever. I know I'm intelligent. How would you like me to prove it? Do you want me to do some maths? Do you want me to come up with some posh words? What? The fact that I'm living in a field doesn't mean that I'm not intelligent and you've got all the answers and I haven't. I don't want to sound arrogant. Sometimes I do want to sound arrogant. I'll be honest. I'm in the top 3 most intelligent people I've ever met. Think of that what you will. Judge that statement. I understand it's open to be interpreted as arrogance. Yeah. I'm fairly eloquent. Indian or African, it's the size of the ears, that's how you tell. Now, see, that's a clever joke. That equates eloquent with elephant, and Indian and African, you tell by the size of the ears. See what I did? That's clever. Go on, laugh. Tell me how I can help you with PayPal and I will send you some money, food and water. Fuck off with your silly mathematics. I've been homeless myself. I'm willing to help you. Jack Attack. Can you paste the PayPal donate link? It's in the details. It's in the, what do they call it? The description. When you expand it, it's already there. I didn't publish it. Normally I would publish it at the top of chat. I have enough at the minute, so I didn't publish it. I didn't post it. I don't want to be too much of a money grabber. But if you want to send me some money, if you're desperate to send me money, if you're going to get vehement about it, yeah, we'll post the link. You can do it. I don't know what else to say. Currently, I don't need it. But that email address is my PayPal email address if you want to do it directly, or there's a link, Jack Attack's posted there, to a PayPal Pay Me page. PayPal Me, whatever it's called. You fucking idiot. That's not very nice, is it? You even spell idiot wrong. I mean, if you're gonna call someone an idiot, it's best if you spell idiot right. No? I don't know where the aggression's coming from. It strikes me as misplaced. I'm going to assume at this time of night that maybe you've been on the sauce and you're letting things get the better of you. Now I'm on the sauce and I'm nice and relaxed because it's just beer. Nice and slow, steady. I think I'm on can number 3, folks? I think it's number 3. It's not impossible, it's can number 4 over 7 hours. I don't know. Stop reading these idiots. Give me a way to contact you privately. It was always there, Pete. It was always there. Stop listening to people thinking you are intellectual. I'm not listening to people telling me I'm intellectual. I'm being me. All right? I am what you see. I know a lot. I know a little bit about a lot of things. I've said this before. My knowledge is broad, but shallow. It's one of the biggest weaknesses of my life. I should have gone deep on 1 or 2 subjects. That would have been more productive, more fecundant, you might say, if you wanted a nice big word. Look it up. F-E-C-U-N. Okay? Fecundant or fecund. Fecund means to be fruitful, productive. It's got nothing to do with that other word that you think it has to do with. They're from entirely different roots. We could discuss that maybe at length sometime. It would have been far more productive, far more fecundant for me if I'd gone narrow but deep with knowledge. It was just never my way. I like to know about this and about that and about the other. Am I an intellectual? Possibly not. I was at university and I got some bits of paper out of it. I'm not an academic. I didn't like ivory towers. I didn't like academia. It wasn't. It was school. No. I'm a working class lad from Barnsley. Academia wasn't for me. Got out of there as soon as I could. But will I be told not to talk about the things I'm interested in? Don't talk about maths and physics. You know nothing. You're not an intellectual. Fuck off. You don't get to police my This is the big thing I have. My number one. I will not have my speech policed. Fuck that shit. I said the word nigger earlier. Just for that reason. I will not have my speech policed. So telling me what I can and can't or should and shouldn't speak about. I haven't heard any plink plonks. There's no money come through on PayPal, by the way, for anyone listening. It never happened. Three times, I think, tonight I've got angry. I am today 3 years homeless. I understand the circumstances why. It's not what a lot of you think it is. I talk about the people that have been here a while have heard the story. They know the reasons, the backstory. the law, L-O-R-E. I'm not sure how long I can keep justifying myself to people who come in, intrude and demand of my attention. Especially the ones that insult me along the way and start trying to boss me about. Let me scroll. I'm scrolling. Oh God. Listen to me. I'm a man and I have lived in many, many worlds. You're a twat. You're gone, mate. You're not in my world anymore. You are sent to the Phantom Zone. He's gone. He was never here. His messages are all gone. Listen to me. I'm a man and I'm telling you I have lived in many worlds. You're not an intellectual because I say so. Bye. That is something up with which, finish that sentence, I will not put. Props to Winston, Mr. Churchill. Yeah, let's all say bye-bye to him. I don't even remember his name. What was his name? That was pure ego anyway. From him or from me? I hope you mean from him. Listen to me. I'm trying to help you. Give me a way to It was always there. The way to contact me was always there. People. It's entertaining, isn't it, folks, when we get one like that walking? Do you remember the one the other week that said he could smell me through the screen? Oh, that was a lady that could smell me through the screen. Then we had someone else come in a week later that said he'd heard I'd not washed my balls for 18 months and he could smell the cheese. Hey, if you want to smell the cheese on my balls, I don't have any objection. Sniff away. Whatever. Just whatever. Like I've always said, folks, I've got into arguments with people before. I've invited them down here. I've threatened to rip their arms off and smack them round the head with a soggy end. I've threatened to rip their head off and shit down their neck. Any permutation. Anybody wants to come and actually have a proper actual fucking fight. I've never, maybe once, backed down from a fight. That was situational. It wouldn't have been the right thing to do at the time in the place we were. But I do not back down, win, lose or fucking draw. I will fight any man anywhere except a funeral. Anyone, anywhere, whatever rules you want. Or no rules. Keyboard warriors on the fucking internet. Listen to me, I've been homeless, I'm trying to tell you. Okay, mate. 20 minutes later, I'm still waiting for the bing bong from the PayPal that you wanted access to. This table's wet through. The dew is... See if I can show you. Maybe I can't. I'm going to have to check the phones. Oh, it doesn't... Can you see how wet that is? I think you can. If I get the angle right. That's... Like here, the moisture... There's moisture here. Over there, you might assume we've spilt beer because there's beer cans. But over here, this is... It's just wet. The tennis racket of death is literally fizzing, and I think it's not because there's a fly flown into it. Although there are, can you see that one? Hold on. There is, no, it's not showing it very well. I sent a screen now. There's a dead fly or moth, whatever it is in the middle. Back to me maybe. Okay. All right, we've had our excitement. I think I was about to finish, wasn't I? No description for this live. No, there is no description because it was... The other one ended, so I just had to just go live. There was no... Oh, okay, I'm saying... Okay, sorry. You are correct. I get you. I get your point. There is no description for this one because the other one ended and I just had to start quickly. I will backfill it. I will put that in afterwards. And the thumbnail and whatever. Okay. No, you make a fair point. There is no description for the... I guess that undermines my argument somewhat. Maybe. That's fair enough. That's fair comment. I was wrong. It happens about once every 10 years. Wow, there's heat here. What's that from? Hold on. Is something on fire? There's heat. Like what's that? Was it the breeze? There was actually like heat. Like you could feel, whoa. I don't know what that is. That was bizarre. Use the olfactory sense. Sniffing, smelling. It's gone. There was like a wave of hot air. I don't know what that was. Whoa. The OT small to have produced all that heat, but nice try. I don't know, folks. That's why I posted it. Yeah, thank you for that, Jack Attack. You're a star. You are a star. I did forget that there was no description because we'd ended because the other stream ended. I got kicked out, and then I just pushed the buttons just to go back live straight away. So yeah. Wonder how fast he travelled towards the banner planet. Yeah. Pure ego saying some bye bye. Yeah, you're saying bye bye to him. Yeah. Pete Roberts. I think message deleted by Delta Mike. I didn't actually delete his message. I banned him, which might be the same thing. What was his last message? Listen to me, Mike. I'm a man and I have lived in many, many worlds. Fuck. Really? Is he like a space? Is he an astronaut? I've lived in many, many worlds. You're a twat and lost. You're a twat, you lost, and now you are trying to be ... I don't care, mate. Pete Roberts, was it? We should add him to the list. What was the name of the guy the other day? It was like Graham Greene or something similar. That we made a mockery of. We made a laughing stone. That's not the right word, is it? Is there such a thing as a laughing stone? That doesn't sound right. A laughing something. Pete the demigod. Yeah, I am a man and have travelled many worlds. Okay, mate. Bring us back an ice cream next time you visit. I don't... He never brought me a cold beer when he went to all these different worlds. He wants to help, though. That's okay. Wanting to help's nice. But all those minutes later and there was still no bing bong from YouTube. Even though I forgot to silence the phone. Anybody else suspect that no money would ever have arrived anyway? No matter how long we patronised him and put up with him, no money would have arrived. It's just, some people are just like... I've said in the past about people who contact me and say, I've got a computer, I've got a, what do you call those stabilization things? I got a this, and I've got a keyboard, and I've got, no, you can have this, no, and you can have my firstborn, and they never arrive. Those people never show up. It's all for the bravado of saying I want to help, and it's for the showmanship. Look at me, I'm gonna help. The help doesn't arrive. He would have never, I don't believe he would have ever sent any money. And, you know, I'm not bothered if he do all of the other stuff. I could send food and this and that and that and the tone. His tone, yeah. Tina releasing warm gas. That's a possibility, although it didn't smell. Tina just lately, like last night, Tina was fearsome. Oh, there's a warmth again, the warm air. It's the breeze. It's not just 1 or 2 degrees warmer than what I'm sitting in. It's 5 or 10 degrees warmer. I don't know what it is. It's like sitting in front of a fire. I don't know. I've honestly never experienced that before, and it's just happened twice. Like a warm front would be a meteorological term, wouldn't it? A weather term. But a blast of warm air. I got nothing here that could do that. I guess the EcoFlow could spit out. If the EcoFlow was working intensively, it could spit out some warm air, but it's not. It's sticking out 14 or 15 watts on a USB cable. Let me... 4 watts, we're down to 4. The thing's charged, the tablet's charged. The only thing taking power is the tennis racket of death. What do you do, folks? I've no idea. Pete the demigod. I'm going to work forward. Okay. What's the temp in Torrevieja now? Asks Thomas. I think we're still in the 20s. 20, 23, 24. Give me a second. Everything's wet. We're below the dew point. So however warm it was through the day, however much moisture was picked up, it's now dumping it out. 25 degrees currently, according to the weather app. 25. And that's, which it's going to get 1 degree warmer by 7 in the morning, 7:30 when the sun comes up. And then obviously it starts to go back the other way. 20, what did I say? 24, 25. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, folks, I guess excitement's over. Man comes in, man demands attention, man offers money, man makes a dick of himself and gets banned and doesn't give any money. That's okay. 3 years a homeless tramp today. The 14th, the beginning, yeah. I don't know what I'm going to do. I've got a video, I've said, my first ever video. I'm trying to annotate it and add commentary around it. I'm going to try and get that out today. I'm not sure. I don't even know how far through it I am. I'm 3/4, somewhere between 3/4 and 90% done. I'll have to play it back and watch it and make sure I haven't screwed anything up or get anything too wrong. I wanted to do it different. I wanted to have better production values. I wanted to use picture-in-picture rather than splicing from that video to my follow video. But that was more complicated and time-consuming and more... It's more difficult because I would have had to overlay and do a still. I would have had to extend the underlying video. So instead I've just cut in and just put me. It's just me cutting in and talking around the video. In, on and around. It should be alright. I don't know how many of you guys have actually watched my first video. I was amazingly proud of it at the time. It's not great. I'm trying to cook food and I've got my phone and I've got like a jar of garbanzos, chickpeas. I got a jar and I'm trying to throw the chickpeas in and the phone wanders off like that way. I'm not even pointing at the pan. I was very new to all of this. It was literally, when I say it was my first video, it was my first video that wasn't a single take. There was multiple clips put together and edited into a video. Okay, Thomas is away from keyboard. He's going to be listening in the background. That's okay. Screen not helping oh, you got a migraine, my friend. No, you want to turn the screen off and yeah, this is the thing with YouTube. You can't turn the screen off and carry on listening. With longer stuff, I download them and use something like VLC where you can play them but just listen to the audio. You can turn the screen off or go away from the screen. Oh wow, I guess I'm going to be calling it quits myself soon, folks. Where the numbers here are so low at the minute, we could have done this on a Skype call or whatever the modern equivalent is. I'm aware Skype is now gone, isn't it? Skype has passed. Skype is no more. Zoom, we could have done a Zoom call. Are you using AI? Obvious, everything's AI. I don't exist. The tent doesn't exist. There's a guy, will guarantee you, he came to this field and there was nothing here. It's all AI. Oh, what the fuck? You people. For 3 years, I've been stuck in AI hell. I'm not even real. I don't exist, folks. Oh, that's a big yawn. That's a big cheers to all of you that have bothered to hit the like button. Nobody has for a while. It's been stuck on 10 forever. There's only 6 or 7 of you here. I'm going to let you go because, where are we? It says 3:47 for this stream. And it was 3 something for the other. It's 2:30 exactly now. 2:30. Should I keep going until 3 hours or should I call it quits now? I will open it to the floor. How many of you are going to give me another half an hour of your time, or how many of you are going to jib out in the next 5 or 10 minutes? I will let you decide. I'm happy either way, folks. I can either just give it 5 or 10 minutes to wind things up and close down calmly, or we can keep going. 6 hours 50 between the two. Is it really? Get it to do the email to EcoFlow. The EcoFlow. I'm going to do cheers to EcoFlow. I'll be honest, it's changed my life. Now, I did have electricity before this. I had a couple of solar charge controllers. I had 2 small solar panels, 20 watts, charge controllers, and a little battery. The charge controllers and battery never really worked for me. I don't think they got me anywhere. The only thing was that the charge controller had a USB port on it and I could charge my phone from that. The battery did charge, it did store a little bit of power, but nowhere near what it should have. It never worked the way. Prior to that, I had my own foldable four-way solar panel that got all crackled, the glaze, that the surface became all crackled, all, is crackled even a word? Misty and white and flaky. I think crackle's a word. If it's not, then I've invented it and it's a nice new neologism. You see? Intellectual. You said I wasn't an intellectual and I should stop listening to people telling me I was intellectual. Nobody told me. I just knew. Neologism. A new word, or an old word repurposed for a new definition. Now who's the fucking intellectual? Yeah, but you're living in a field, therefore you're a failure. Okay, mate, if you say so. One of us got banned and nobody can see their posts, while one of us is here, talking to the world. Cheers, Jack Attack. Always good to have Jack Attack in the house. My personal fact checker. What else? Fact checker. Timekeeper, I guess, now. And because of the two streams. That reminded me that we didn't have a description on this one. I didn't. Whereas ordinarily every post has a description with links for emails and for PayPal and everything. This one actually didn't. So that part, when I was arguing with Matey Boy, that part I did have wrong. So thank you for correcting me, Jack Attack. What else? What else? Jack Attack and his dad jokes in I think mainly in Scruff Dog, but I guess in Big Clive as well, a little bit. Good to have you here, mate. And you should drop me a line. You should make proper real contact. We could do you know, I've got an actual telephone. I can do actual voice calls and things. You know, I know I'm not going to understand your jockey Stan. You're going to have a deep Scottish brogue if you're in Glasgow. I might struggle with interpreting. I got quite a good ear. I mean, I lived in Scotland for a year or so, but that was only just in Scotland. Dumfries, look at the Brune Coo in the Feld. Brune Coo in the Feld. It's not quite. It's not Rabsy Nesbitt, is it? Now that was a program. I did enjoy Rabsy Nesbitt. That was a good program. I backed myself into a corner. I don't know where I'm going with any of that. That wasn't a serious suggestion, mate. I didn't like his tone. Reckon you figured as much. We're talking about the guy. Yeah, okay. Temp in Torrevieja, you asked me. Yeah. Just wait on Bandman to read and I sent him on his travels. Yeah. Second ban. Was that my second ban tonight? What was the other one? I forget. I don't remember. Well, who was the first one? Isn't that bad? The ban hammer is being wielded so often I don't even remember. That's that same motorbike from earlier, I think. We listened to him when he went that way, now we're listening to him when he goes that way. I honestly don't remember the previous. I remember that it happened. I don't remember who it was or what it was. Remind me. Tell me. I need reminding. Can't remember the name either. Pete. Yeah, no. I'm gonna. Oh, when I watch it back, they won't appear, will they? When you do the playback, when I've sent them to the shadow realm, so that they can post. They keep posting. They think that they've been seen, and nobody can see them unless they watch me saying that's what's going to happen. In which case they know. But when I watch it back tomorrow, they won't exist. I've got no fucking clue. You're saying Pete and the Pirates. He was Pete just now, yeah? Pirates, I don't know. Listen to me, I've lived in many worlds. Okay, mate. Whatever. Boy. I don't think... Oh, okay. Down there. I see a bit of debris, but I don't actually see I don't see an animal. I don't see a fly or a... It's possible it's starting to just arc because of the moisture, I think. It's crackling. Oh, look at you. There's actual smoke coming off something. Oh, that's interesting. I've never seen that before. Something's just sat there. It's not going snap, crackle, pop. It's just fizzing lightly with smoke coming off it. Oh, there was a Thomas, wasn't there? There was a Thomas, some other Thomas, that's right. Pink, yeah. There was a Thomas. I remember the name. I don't remember what he said or what it was that upset me or annoyed me. But I've gone months without banning people, folks. Initially it was really and fervently my belief in free speech that I should just let anybody say anything, anytime. And then someone said the wrong thing, so I fucked him off. I watched Asmongold one day, and Asmongold just started wielding the fucking banhammer on idiots. Not people that disagreed with him, but people that were like nasty or vindictive or you know, say stirring trouble. Slagging off other members of the audience and or saying all of your viewers must be retard, you know, people saying that kind of thing. He started wielding the banhammer and saying, there was a time this shit used to bother me. Now it doesn't. Now I just plink. We used to say plonk. God. Usenet News Group, if anybody's old enough, I don't know if any of you are old enough for Usenet news groups. Person leaving our news group kill filed. The acronym was plonk. P-L-O-N-K. People leaving our news group kill filed. So a kill file was a list. You made a list, and once you added someone's username to that, you never saw them again. They were just gone. So plonk was a brilliant. Is it an acronym? I don't think it's an acronym. I think it's just an initialism. No, it forms a word. That makes it an acronym. If it's just a set of letters, it's an initialism. But if it forms a word, and plonk is a word. Person leaving our news group kill filed. Oh, passport 100. Yeah, okay. Why don't you just... Yeah. I remember now. Thank you. You're not just a fact checker. I haven't got the vocabulary. You're gonna have to come up with a name for your role on this channel. Why don't you just... Yeah, why don't you? We need to make a thing of that again. Like maybe I can download a if I had like Streamlabs and StreamYards or whatever, I could set up certain key combinations and clips would come in, wouldn't they, and play. Why don't you just turn off your television set and go and do something less boring instead? But I could just stop it at the why don't you? Why don't you just pay 30 euros for a flight? Why don't you just get a passport? Why don't you just... Oh, I never thought of that. Why don't I just... There must be a reason, yeah? Maybe? Why don't you just think that through and try and think of a reason why I might not just... Why don't you... It's so simplistic in their world, and they barge in and they barge in with... Oh, what can I call them? In some circumstances, I would say the most innocuous of questions. But they do it with such attitude, as if you've never thought of it, as if nobody's ever suggested it. They're the first to ever... It's so obvious. Why didn't you just... Yeah, mate, I sat in a fucking field for 3 years because I never thought, why don't I just? Wow, you hero, coming up with that, the answer to all my problems. Why don't I just? Why don't I just rematerialize in Britain? It's just, why don't I just? Oh, if only it was that simple. Why don't you just? It's annoying that when I watch it back, I won't even see their comments because they're being sent to the Phantom Zone. But I'm gonna call it quits here soon myself, folks. I think there's soul mining. There's Steve heading on out the door. Passport, €100. Yeah. Fuck. 2 in one night though, folks. I don't know. Maybe something about the poorly formed stream. It's bringing in new people. They look and they think, what's this about? And you get new people coming in. And that would be good. I welcome new viewers, obviously. New viewers, and I say to them all, don't subscribe until you've seen 4 or 5. I'm not for everybody. I think I've said the N-word 3 times tonight. I say, what was the other one? The meatballs. What's faggots? I've said faggots. I do faggots. I've said nigger. That's 4 or 5 times now. I'm not for everybody. There's another one, retard. I say retard. I'll call people a retard if they're a retard. I don't say these things just to be big and clever. Maybe sometimes. But just not to have my speech be policed by other people. Don't tell me what I can. That was the thing that got me about that guy, that Pirate Pete or whatever his fucking name was. He was telling me what I could and couldn't talk about. That whole don't try and be an intellectual shtick that he had going on. You are live. Apparently, for a moment there, I wasn't. So I was just saying that Pete bloke, Pirate Pete, whatever his fucking name was trying to tell me what I could and couldn't talk about. Don't try and be an intellectual, blah, blah. Don't tell me what I can and can't speak about. Nobody ever will be able... I will not stand... 0.14. Do you make these up, Jack? Or is that... are you using stats for nerds? I don't know. I don't know where you are. Terrence is out. Okay, mate. Terrence is out. I'm going to be myself. I'm only going to go on another... It's been 4 hours on this stream, and this was the second stream. Tomorrow's a big day for me. I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know when I'm going to do. I'll do something. I did say earlier I'd try and be around at sunrise. That's feeling less likely. Where are we now? Actual time, 2:47 in Spanish, 2:47. If the sun comes up at 7 or thereabouts, the odds of me being up are, you guesstimate. Okay, mate, you just throw a number out. I never know whether you're, like some people would have the actual stats for nerds and be throwing me an actual number. Guesstimate. I was out for a lot longer before. I mean, I never got back, did I? The other stream ended and I didn't have any way of telling anybody. That was tricky. I don't get to type. I can't do messaging. I can't do chat. There's no box to type in. I did a big old survey, a big old YouTube survey earlier where I tried to tell them all the fucking failings of their software. That won't get anywhere. It's thank you for your feedback, now fuck off. I told them about how I have to set the thumbnail 3 times. And it's all great. And I can do a tweet and I can make a YouTube post. And then I go live with the stream, and when the stream ends, they throw away my thumbnail. And I have to go in and re-enter it again another 3 times. They don't do the dog fooding thing. They don't use their own software. Nobody in that company, nobody in YouTube is trying to manage a YouTube channel through their phone. None of them. If they were, they'd see these problems and get them fixed. I've made videos of this shit, and they'll come back 2 or 3 weeks later asking whether it's improved. And I'm like, no, you did nothing. What are you? You think it got better by magic? I showed you what the problem was. I give you steps to replicate. I told you what you need to do different to fix. Did you do anything? Did you check it? Did you verify it? Did you change? Did you reprogram anything? Same behavior weeks and weeks later. I've mentioned I've got a bit of a software background. I know how to communicate what's wrong with software. I know probably what's wrong with the software half the time. It's annoying dealing with big companies. They have a certain expectation. They think that you've got a laptop or an actual, a desktop that you're managing this from, and the phone is the phones and the tablets. Those are an afterthought. Those are a convenience for while you're out and about. But if you're the guy in a field who's only got a phone, then you hit the fucking hurdles. Then you hit the difficulties. And they've got no idea because they're not dog fooding. They're not. It's a term from Mars, the chocolate bar company, who also owned Pedigree Chum. People would literally eat the dog food to check that it was up to standard. Eating your own dog food. And then Microsoft adopted the term for using your own software. Their staff were encouraged to only use their own software, their own programs, their own gadgets to check that everything was all right. YouTube never got the lesson. I sent them 3 or 4 videos of issues. Nothing. They'd come back and they'd say, have you installed the latest version? Have you run an update? Have you cleared the cache? All the bullshit that they that they try and I'm like, I'm not your everyday retard. I've made software. I've been a tester. I was a I was a programmer. I've done these things. I'm telling you, this is broken. Here's a video of it being broken. Now you go fucking fix it. Have you updated? What do you do? I don't know, folks. Anyway, it is after 2 o'clock in the morning, isn't it? It's 2. Does I say 53? Is it nearly 3 o'clock? There is a PayPal. Okay, those were the two that I knew about. Not the guy who was claiming he was going to send stuff. I guess we'll call it quits. If we're approaching 3 o'clock, we've got 7 minutes. Is that okay with you guys? 3 o'clock my time, 2 o'clock UK, 9 o'clock Eastern, US and Canada. Maybe? I'm guessing. Subtract 6. I take the mick about them and military time, don't I? About not being able to subtract 12 from a number. I should be able to subtract 6 and get back on the clock. 3 would become 9 if you subtract 6. There or thereabouts, folks. And I'm going to have to wake my girl up, which I don't look forward to. I have to wake her up. The lead's not... Where did I put the lead? I took her lead off. And her belt that I used to pick her up at the back end. I don't know where that is. I don't know where anything is. I guess I'm going to have to go and do that. Take her for a walkies. Hope she's okay to get through the night. She'll come on my bed, I think, tonight. There was a while there earlier in the year that she wouldn't get on the bed. It was too warm for her. She wanted to be on the cold plastic, the cool plastic on the floor. But nowadays she will get back on the bed and oh man, I woke up in the most amazing cuddle with her this morning. Oh, she was literally, her whole body was laying across me. It was fantastic. I was in pain. I'm not going to kid you otherwise. I was hurting. Blood flow had been cut off to some parts of the body. But it was the most amazing. I've got no idea how long we'd been cuddling like that. It's fantastic. Probably never happen again. But it was the most amazing cuddle ever. I had to kind of wriggle and get on my side and try and get blood circulating into places and into legs and eventually she looked up, looked around and got off. But it is just one of those in life. You have a few kind of perfect moments. And I'm in bed. It was headed for 8:30. It's quite a late awakening. Quite a late awakening for me. But I'm in bed. And I know it's nice. I know there's a nice feeling, but I don't know what or why. And then I open my eyes and I realize that my girl's just laying entirely across me. It was amazing. It only lasted 3 or 4 minutes because of me trying to turn and because of her waking and moving. It was lovely. Certain moments in life, guys, this isn't just I remember it now, it'll be gone tomorrow. This will be when she's gone. This will be one of those forever memories. I've got maybe half a dozen of those in life. Some perfect moments. Not many. You don't get many of them in a lifetime. 4, 5, 6, 10, or what? But that's it. And this morning was that. It really was. I don't know. Where are we for time? 3 minutes to go, folks. 3 minutes or 2.5, whatever it would be. I haven't got a seconds counter on the clock. I will tell you now. Thank you for being here with me. I am but a guy in a field. Cheers, Jack Attack. I am just a tramp in a field. I'm a guy. I mean, tramps. Performative, maybe. I'm a guy in a field. But I welcome the fact that you join me and listen to me, tolerate me, talk to me, help me. Whether just in conversation and emotionally, or whether practically, or whether PayPal and whatever else. But I welcome you. I thank you. My doggy darling, likewise thanks you. I will finish in the manner traditional for the channel, if I can get her on screen. And let's see what we do tomorrow. I don't know that I'll be up for sunrise. I'm gonna try. I'll set an alarm maybe and try. But if not, I'll walk her ladyship and we'll go around there. Maybe we'll do a video. Maybe we'll do a live stream from around there. That might be different. Just through the day, just random. There is a video that I'm trying to get out, as I mentioned. We'll see whether that actually makes it out or not in time. Over the next 7 days, I've got plans for a few more videos that I want to put together. I want to take the thumbnails and build a video from that. I hit an obstacle. I downloaded half of my thumbnails from my videos, and they all have a naming format that's one way. And then I started getting the rest. And the software just named them differently. It was naming them with like a date and time as the file name. And so you could sort them chronologically just by the file name. And then it just stopped doing that and started naming them 1,000,007 or 8. That was different. I don't know what was different, but that's going to be difficult. That's going to slow me down in my. I had plans for multiple of these. I wanted to get all of the police interaction thumbnails. I wanted to get an overall story arc of me, Delta Mike, in the field. Just the story, the first few videos and some of the later ones, and the storms and some of the police and some of the other I wanted a timeline kind of one. It's more difficult because they're not numbered in a consistent manner. The software just changed its mind about how to label them or number them. So that's going to be difficult. And it's not going to just happen tomorrow like I hoped it would. It's going to happen over the next few days. So we'll see, folks. We'll see about that. I think we're over the time now, are we? We are. I'm a minute over. Okay. Guys, I thank you, guys and gals. I thank you for joining me tonight. I'm going to bow out in the way that is the tradition of the channel. If I can... Here we go. I know she's asleep. But, oh, no, she's lifted her head. Hey, babe. I'm going to walk you in a minute, Tina. We go walkies. Say bye-bye to the peoples. No, she's not interested in you. Okay, folks. From Tina. And from me, Delta Mike, thank you very much for joining me. Really do appreciate you being here. But for now, until tomorrow, out. Awkward moment.